life. And he's like, oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. And by the time he makes his phone calls and sends his emails and it gets shut down, J.R. Smith has already bashed Disney World and the NBA on a live stream.
Like, there was no hope from the beginning.
None. And it gets worse, right? Okay, so they're complaining about the food. Tillman Fertitta, I think I read, actually used that as an opportunity, and he swooped in and got the catering contract. And he's like, I'm going to serve you boys some good food. Don't you worry about it.
Wow, what a genius.
Owner of the Rockets, and he owns several restaurant chains, including some in Orlando. So not a bad move on his part.
Right.
So flash forward to the first weekend of the Dome last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And a unnamed Instagram, Twitter thought made a post that said, already got invited down to the Dome. This thing ain't going to make it.
Cool. What do you mean telling me that exactly what everyone thought was going to happen happened?
Yeah. So the tweet went viral, obviously. And like the comments are blowing up. Well, I don't remember the name of the player, but he's messing with Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz. And he tags Donovan Mitchell in it, and he goes, man, Donovan Mitchell ruining this for all of us. And Donovan Mitchell's reply was, hey, man, what did I do? Like, don't put me on this. Like, no, sir.
That ain't on me.
But yeah, so that girl, essentially someone's already bought her a plane ticket and flown her into Orlando. And I guess they're going to sneak her into the bubble or they're going to sneak out of the bubble. I don't know. It only goes to serve to highlight a bigger problem, which is that the NBA has already had overall around 20 players test positive for COVID.
Yeah, and this is not going to be any easier.
Well, and as they test positive, obviously they have them leave the bubble. But the problem is, like...
If they're tested too late...
Well, that's the problem. Like, even testing every day, it takes a day and a half to get results. They could develop it between the two tests in the time it took to get there. And now what have you done? You know what I mean? Like,
it's not a perfect world, and now everyone's sick, and then the whole NBA falls apart due to COVID.
So the NBA is sort of the perfect reason why everyone has to participate or no one can participate, right? Like, the NBA makes the argument for masks, it makes the argument for shutting down, makes the argument for all of it, because nobody can know if they're good or not.
Right.
Like, all the money in the world. The NBA has all the money in the world. They were willing to spend whatever it takes to get these playoffs done, to honor their sponsorship agreements, to honor their contracts, to get through everything so that they can finish this season technically. And even with all of the resources in the world and all the help of even Disney World behind them, they couldn't control the environment.
Wild.
It's just insane. It's insane to think about because it makes the argument for it, right? Like, it ends all discussion about, well, no, I mean, really, you could... Well, no. Like, even with all the money in the world, you can't control this.
Right.
And it's already... So baseball is trying to get its stuff together. Right now, they're in spring training. Players are testing. Players are testing positive regularly now. And I wonder what's going to happen if you get into a part in the season where a significant portion of a team tests positive.
Yeah, and then now you have a serious problem.
Well, and then what do you do? Like, is it fair? Like, let's say you're the Boston Red Sox. And right now you're like a top 8 team. You're picked to be one of the potential teams to win it all, okay? Mm-hmm. Well, let's say week 2 of the restart, 7 of your top 12 players test positive. They're about to miss 3 weeks of baseball. Like, what did you even sign up for now at this point?
Yeah, because now your entire top end is...
And if you're guy 19 on the roster, don't you at that point just want to opt out and go home? You're like, oh my God, half the team just got sick. Like, why am I here risking my health? We definitely can't win the World Series now. But plus, I have to keep playing games.
Right, yeah. The baseball has dragged its feet and bit itself square in the butt on this one.
Well, and there was never going to. Well, yes.
It was never gonna be clean, but at least
they could have tried. They could have been first.
Right.
No, and I agree with that. And if they'd have been first, there'd have been less blame and less conversation about them on it.
But also, it gives them more time to react to situations.
It also gives them more room, right? Like,
right.
Well, we're first. We're learning. We're trying to figure it out, right?
Right. Because the longer you wait, the more it looks like you're just waiting things out.
Right. Which is also a good option. But if you're waiting things out, say that instead of dragging your feet. Which also I think is what the NFL is doing. I think the NFL is purposely dragging its feet.
Oh, I 200% agree with that.
Because they still haven't called training camps. The Hall of Fame game is August 1st, and that was already canceled. But Hall of Fame game usually kicks off the NFL season unofficially. That's the first big event. It's like week 0. Well, that was supposed to be the first week of August. We still haven't had training camp. Like,
right. So, like, what's happening? It's like, are we just going to push everything back?
They then canceled the 1st and the 4th preseason games.
Scheduling, I guess. I have no idea.
I think they want to play weeks 2 and 3 and then re-quarantine and see who's healthy.
I mean, that makes sense.
But fans, no fans, teams, no teams, they can't play games until they have training camp. I mean, who are they kidding?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just the reality of it.
And they still haven't done that. So
not only have they not done it, they haven't done it, and they haven't said anything about it either.
Yeah, I haven't heard any kind of announcements about training camp at all whatsoever. So to me, I'm not sure what the plan is. I'm not sure there is a plan.
There might not be, or it might be just way too big brain for us to understand as mere mortals.
Listen, the day the NFL outsmarts me is not coming, I don't think. I think they're just waiting and waiting and waiting. But every day they open the paper and the numbers are bigger than the day before, and it pushes back any thought of starting on time.
Yeah, it's hard to even quantify how difficult, even with these multi-billion-dollar organizations.
Well, for some of these teams, like, okay, in the NFL, by week 4, you're not a Super Bowl team or not. Like, by week 4, there's about 8 teams who are like, yeah, this is a good team. And everyone else is like, we might make the playoffs. If you get to week 6 and you're 2 and 4, your season is basically over, and now you're playing for yourself and for incentives and for pride and for free agency and for money and for bonuses. This season, why would you play?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could argue a certain game deal, but then you'd have to like go into all your different deals with your TVs, and I think what happened is that these networks are so entwined.
No, I don't mean for the league, because I get why they do, and I agree with you. I think that there's too much money, and the leagues are too involved with the networks. I mean, if I'm a player, and if I'm on the Cincinnati Bengals, and I'm the second string middle linebacker, and I've played 30 snaps in 6 weeks.
Why am I here?
And we're 2 and 4. Why am I risking my life? Not just in the football sense, but now in the COVID sense. Why am I isolating from my family? Why am I going through all this extra stuff at this point? Why don't I just go home?
Yeah, I mean, that's an entirely fair point.
If I'm on a baseball team and half my roster gets COVID or my best guy gets COVID, the O's lost one of their top players this week. I mean, why am I staying? I go home.
Don't even have a chance.
In Major League Soccer, the top player for one of the LA teams, his wife is pregnant, and she'll have a baby during their. Right now, they're doing like a tournament for a champion, and she's scheduled to have the baby during this tournament. So he has decided to opt out of a championship run to stay home.
Right.
And so, like, I'm just surprised more people aren't making that choice. we're up against it here, but I want to mention the story because it fits in with this. In the WNBA, Donna Deladova, who is one of the WNBA players, she has Lyme's disease.
Right. And one of the greatest names I've ever heard. That's amazing.
Yeah, Donna Deladova. Well, the WNBA has reviewed her medical case and is not going to grant her a medical exemption for this season. What she was asking for was permission to stay home and get paid to not risk her health to play basketball this year. The WNBA has said, not happening.
You gotta come in, Chief.
You gotta come in. She is saying, she went ahead and released an article yesterday, just devastating. It's a powerful piece. You really need to read it. Everybody, I recommend it. I think it's the Players Tribune it wound up getting published in, where she explains that because of Lyme's disease, she takes 64 pills a day.
Ooh.
And her doctors are telling her that her health and her life is at risk if she plays basketball this year because of COVID. And she is upset with the league, and she is disappointed in the league that the league team doctors, who obviously potentially have a conflict of interest, are telling her that she's in no real danger and should play.
Ooh. Yeah, don't know how you're going to sell that one.
And that's almost criminal to me. Like, I have a real problem with that. I don't see how they can justify that internally to themselves, but that's their own problem.
Because it's different when it's like young, healthy people, but when you have something like that, it's like this could literally like tip the scale and kill you.
Yeah, well, and it's funny you say that. It's sort of the thing that I'm hearing from a lot of people right now is that, well, it's a lot of young people getting it, so it's okay. Well, there's a lot of people who are having strokes and needing lung transplants, and like these people are going to go through life-altering things, or they might not. Like, they might just have a really bad month. Okay, fine. Or they might have a really bad 2 months. Okay, fine. Or they can have a life-altering condition because of this. It's just too messy to say, well, it's okay, it's the young people. Like, they didn't do that with polio. Nobody was like, well, they either get a fever or they live in an iron lung forever.
Right.
Like, so there's a weird write-off effect to this. And I don't mean to say like you specifically, but you saying it made me think about it. And it is the reality that I think a lot of people are thinking is like, well, if it's the young people, it's okay because their immune systems can take it. Like, no, there's no guarantees on this one. Yeah. Like, everyone's taking hits. Everyone's taking shots on this. Nobody's perfect. And I think we need to be more aware and more careful and more proactive about it. All right, that's our show today, guys. That's all the time we've got. I want to thank little brother Nico and myself. I want to thank everybody for listening. Obviously, I want to thank Adventure Begins, Comics, Games, and More for making all this possible. Same Nerd Thug time, same Nerd Thug channel. Be safe, be clean, wash your hands, be kind, be generous to each other. Let's get through this thing together. Let's wear masks, fight the power. Black Lives Matter. Thank you, guys.
The Adventure Begins, Comics, Games, and More is open on 1488 at 525 Woodland Square Boulevard. With comics, games, and everything nerd-related, The Adventure Begins is the one-stop nerd shop. On Saturdays, they alternate between having Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon, and coming up, they also have cosplay crafting and trivia nights and BYOB nights. They're currently offering a 10% discount for limited time, which will be valid for as long as you grab your books every month.
Hey, Conroe, this is Corey DLG of Nerd Thug Radio, hanging out here, just enjoying my quarantine time at home, and I hope everyone else is doing the same, social distancing and minding their manners and listening to the orders while we get all this health crisis straightened out and get this pandemic under control. I hope everyone's doing their part to flatten the curve, but doing their part also means supporting small businesses. Local businesses here in Conroe, restaurants, things of that nature that have been able to stay open, they require the support of their community. So takeout is a good option to do. So reach out to those places, order some takeout food if you can afford it and if it's reasonable. I'm not asking anyone to risk their health, but the community has always relied on itself to support itself. And this is one of those times where, as Conroe, we can stand up together and take care of small businesses and entrepreneurs who've been taking care of us this whole time, helping Montgomery County grow into one of the fastest growing counties in all of America. Thank you very much, and stay safe, and stay tuned for more Nerd Thug Radio.
Hey, Haywood Jeffries, former Houston Oilers wide receiver on Nerd Thug Radio.
Regina King for Cadillac Escalade.
When people ask, Regina, do you like to compete? I say, bring it on. Those are the moments that drive you to achieve more. And when you win, you keep reaching higher. To me, that's what the Cadillac Escalade represents. It's always evolving in technology, in design, everything. Because success isn't the end, it's just the first step to what comes next.
The 2021 Cadillac Escalade. Never stop arriving. Regina King for Cadillac Escalade.
Let's say you make it to the top. What's next? Relish in the glory of your accomplishments? Okay, sure, for a minute. But then you move forward. Take the 2021 Escalade. Cadillac's newest arrival is more than just a celebration of iconic luxury. It's the most technologically advanced Escalade ever. Because arriving is just the beginning.
The 2021 Cadillac Escalade. Never stop arriving.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's Durf from On and Off the Field with Durf Van Dillon on the RTF Sports Network. And if you're looking for the best NFL podcast that gives you the on-the-field news as well as off-the-field issues, then make sure to catch On and Off the Field on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you're looking for more information about the show, head on over to onandoffthefield.com.
Finally, I have my own show to speak my mind about sports, and not have those two idiot co-hosts from Twist cut me off all the time. Green Bay Greg is the show to hear on the one and only RTF Sports Network. Are you sick of listening to podcasts where all you get is the same old guy whine and complain and talking about his fantasy team and his favorite team? Well, I got a solution for you. This is Green Bay Greg from the Green Bay Greg Show, found on the RTF Network, Wednesdays, 2 p.m., 1 p.m. Central, Wednesday afternoon. So here's the thing. Eat lunch, slack off, take the rest of the day off. Green Bay Greg.
Are you at home trying to figure out how to get your kids ready for another year of school? Don't worry, Strikeout Beer's got you covered. We're educational.
JETS, Jets.
We won 2 world wars without stretching.
Kids, if you have any questions, just refer to Urban Dictionary.
Check out Strikeout Beer live Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Facebook, YouTube, Spreaker, RTFSportsNetwork.com, and catch the replay anywhere you listen to your podcasts.
That guy. You know who I'm going to subscribe to? I'm going to subscribe to that guy.
What's going on, Triple Shot Sports family? This is Brandon Combs, host of the best podcast on the planet. That's the Triple Shot Sports Podcast. Be sure to join myself and Soup Boss Chad Lounder live for 2 hours. Yes, I said 2 hours every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern and 7 p.m. Central on the RTF Sports Network Facebook page and YouTube. And if you miss any part of the show, you can hear us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on your drive home at 5 p.m. Eastern on RTFSportsNetwork.com.
Are you at home trying to figure out how to get your kids ready for another year of school? Don't worry, Strikeout Beer's got you covered. We're educational.
JETS, Jets.
We won 2 world wars.
Hey, RTF Sports Network fanatics. This is Matt Benz with Benzi's Bit. If you like power rankings and off-the-wall fantasy football breakdowns, make sure to tune in at 2 p.m. Eastern on Fridays. I'll make sure to give you a Midwest take on current events in the vast sports universe. Once again, that's Benzi's Bit, 2 p.m. Eastern every Friday on RTF Sports Network.
This is Jesse from the Infinity Sports Podcast.
And this is Sully.
Make sure to download the latest episode.
You can find the Infinity Sports Podcast on iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, pretty much anywhere podcasts exist.
This is Wayne G., host of Infinity Sports, the best sports podcast in the country. Catch us on the RTF Sports Network Tuesdays and Thursdays at 1 p.m. If you aren't already listening to us.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's Durf from On and Off the Field with Durf and Dylan on the RTF Sports Network. And if you're looking for the best NFL podcast that gives you the on-the-field news as well as off-the-field issues, then make sure to catch On and Off the Field on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you're looking for more information about the show, head on over to onandoffthefield.com.
The in-dash OLED display in the Cadillac Escalade has 38 total diagonal inches of color display. So why do we give it a curve too? I guess you could say we like to bend the rules. The 2021 Cadillac Escalade. Never stop arriving.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. You're listening to the Big Guy Sports Radio Show. Your home for New York sports.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Wake Up with Baseball in New York, here live for the next 2 hours from 8:30 to 10:30, along with your hosts, Jim and Mac, here on July 18th, 2020. Mac, how are you today?
Doing okay, Jim. Out there, again, working all night last night. A little tired, but I got up early, made some contacts. We got some potential exciting guests coming up next week or the next 2 weeks. And a lot of interesting stuff we're going to be talking about. We've got some notes here that we're going to be going over, some very interesting stuff, including, I guess, predictions. So I'm ready to go when you are.
Well, you are the epitome of the phrase, you'll sleep when you're dead.
There you go.
That was 100% you. I don't care what anybody else says because I don't know.
My dad always said that. You got plenty of time to sleep when you're dead. So there you go.
That's interesting. So you got any – before we get into all the baseball, tell everyone what – I was going to say, well, what's your plans today? But I guess your plans today is to sleep, is to go to work.
I got to go to work right after the show, and then I'll be back around 10, 11 o'clock tonight. And then hopefully some of these guests that want to come on, that are interested in coming on, I can book them, and we'll keep bringing the viewers and the listeners a bunch of great guests.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell us who you got lined up for, besides our insiders, for next week while we get everything set up today and wait on the arrival of Matty Ice. Give a little preview.
Well, we got former middleweight, light heavyweight champ Roy Jones, and he's training a heavyweight boxer right now, Eugene Hill. We'll talk to him a little bit about that. We also got Lance Meadows from Giants football, WFAN host. He's also on Sirius. He's on Big Blue Kickoff. He hosts all these shows, and he's generous enough to give us some time right after the Roy Jones fight. I also have a Twitter page that's called Bring On the Sports. We're working on getting them on this week, maybe looking for Monday. We're going to see if we can do that. And they write a great Twitter page about sports, and it'll be very interesting to have them on. I'm also talking to the great Pepper Johnson and see if we can line him up too. So that's some of the things that I'm working on right now, Jim, and hopefully we can get them all on the show.
What is Pepper doing nowadays?
I'm not really sure. I just talked to him today. He's very busy with bookings and stuff like that. Of course, he's one of the famous middle linebackers of the Giants and was in Super Bowl 90. He filled in for the great Harry Carson after Harry Carson retired. Was a hell of a football player, great middle linebacker, very popular with the Giant fans. So we're working on him and some other Giants, and because of our interview with Byron Williams, the great wide receiver of the Giants when we were building, you get to talk to people and see what we can line up.
Absolutely. So we're ready to go here today. We'll get started. We'll say good morning to the people who are here. Alex, Justin. Justin's rooting for the Yankees and the White Sox this year. That's a little weird. Matt is working on some technical difficulties in Florida. Never know. A gator might have ate his cord.
Florida's tough, man. Florida, you got the gators, you got swampland, you got the rain, it's humid.
Snake, lizard, still got sharks like everybody else. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, and the zoos, there's always an animal taking off from the zoo and they're chasing them down Main Street, so.
Kangaroos,
Yeah, it's crazy.
And, Alex is excited baseball returns. So I'm going to miss tonight's baseball game. I mean, I can put the wife on hold for, regular season games, but spring games, I got to, we're going to see her family. I got to go. I mean, you got to pick and choose when you're going to pull your weight.
Does your family have TV? I mean, are they fans?
We haven't seen them in months because of the virus. I can't go in there and, it's a game, So Steve says good morning too.
Yeah, good morning to all the people that tune in almost every day. We are lucky to have you guys to support us, and hopefully we'll try to keep bringing you some great stuff.
So let me start off with the first story of the day, which, by the way, is I felt like I had a jump on something, and I'm surprised this didn't get any traction. So we'll bring Matty in as we talk about this. There he is.
Good morning, Matt.
So
good morning.
So I thought I had a break on a story, and I seem to not be getting any traction on it, and I don't understand why. So about 2 months ago, I was just, going around friending a lot of fellow Met Yankee fans, whatever. And I got someone on my page. I'm not going to give out the name, but it was Michael something. The last name did not match a baseball player's name. Let's just put it that way. And then I noticed over a month and a half, that the person would constantly post things on Facebook as if they're an actual player. Like, oh, I'm not sure how I feel about this. Oh, we were on a phone call with the MLPA today talking about this, whatever. So I started reaching out to some of the people who comment on his posts privately to find out who is this guy. And then someone told me, oh, it's Michael Conforto. He just uses a different last name because he doesn't want on Facebook. So, all right, so whatever. So today's Saturday. So Wednesday or Thursday night, I want to say Thursday night, a post comes up on Facebook from this said person and says, basically, and I wish I would have screenshotted it, but I wasn't on my phone. I wasn't in position. He says, basically, seem to be in trouble now. Have to go see Brody in his office. We'll see what happens. So, all right. So a couple people responded to it, say what happened. And then another post, he replied and said, well, somebody tried to talk shit on the team, got into a big fight. Everybody was watching it. He got the first few punches in like a sucker, and then I pulled the shirt over his head and beat the crap out of him, and he wrote Conforto 1, Stroman 0.
Wow.
And then said something about there'll be no more N-words in the locker room or people being called white boys. That's what it said.
Okay.
So I have no idea. So then I commented, now that I know, I just wrote, dude, we don't need you guys fighting. We need you guys winning games. And then I got blocked off the page. Needless to say, I'm no longer on the page. So anyway, I reached out to a few people that I had reached to in the past that said, are you sure this is him? Because that doesn't seem like, players usually keep things in the locker room. I said, are you absolutely sure? And he said, yeah, it's him. He sometimes has a problem with being outspoken. Now, nobody else must know this is Michael Conforto, and I'm not going to give out the last name of the account and have his account blown up. But I went on to Twitter, and I tagged all the Mets insider people and the WFAN people and said, have you guys heard anything about this? Can you look into it? And nobody responded. So nobody either looked into it or else I'm just not, big enough to be considered. But I feel like there's something there, some kind of sporting news that there was a fight, but I can't get anyone with a lot more pull than me in the business to try to go and look into it and confirm it. Because according to the post, a lot of people were there. Like he said, oh, this guy saw it. This guy saw it. Jake was sitting there eating popcorn, which I assume he's making a sarcastic reference to Jake DeGrom. And it's like, nobody, like, I understand, we're not WFN or anything, but you think I put that up. You think that Mike Puma or something, which is one of the guys I tagged, would actually go and look into it.
Right. I mean, this kind of thing might happen on a pretty regular basis in organizations, and we never hear about it. There's a lot of instances where guys, it's all. You think with all 32 teams in the NFL, all the MLB teams, there's not a dozen fights a season or more between somebody that we don't hear about. A lot of these organizations are like, hey, man, look, we got to keep this in-house. We got to keep this quiet. We understand the backlash that's going to come from this if it gets out. And they know how ugly it can be. Like, if Marcus Stroman gets accused of using derogatories, if Marcus
that's why I want to know more about it, because the final line of the post by the said Conforto Facebook page, which, by the way, I've never had him admit that to me. I'm just telling you what other people told me. It made it seem like it had something to do with kind of everything going on. So I wanted to kind of figure out what goes on at. I mean, Stroman is a very, as you all know, outspoken person. I mean, Mac, you were just telling me before we even got on the air that he wants to fight a NASCAR driver who made a derogatory statement. So Stroman is very outgoing.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I mean, listen, these things happen. You've heard about, but they normally come out later. You heard about T.O. getting in fights with a couple of a linebacker from the Eagles and stuff like that. But, I mean, to actually pull somebody's shirt over a head and to beat on one of your best pitchers, I don't even know if he would be around anymore if he did something like that.
He said he got hit first. This is
what I'm saying. He said he pulled his shirt over his head.
Like how hockey people fight. Maybe that gives them an advantage. You lock their arms up and you hit them. He said he got called into the office and told Conforto's just as big a star as Stroman. They're not going to
a starting pitcher on a team like that. I mean, I know the pecking order, Jim. There is no way that if being a GM, I don't care if he's, the best second baseman in the league, we can replace that guy. You ain't replacing a starting pitcher like that. Right. If he really beat the hell out of this guy, like he said,
he said he had a fight. He didn't say.
Okay, all right. Well, he said he pulled up his shirt and all that stuff. So I mean, if that did happen, if he did do something with Stroman, I mean, he would be in a world of trouble. So, I mean, I don't know.
That's where I disagree with you. I think Conforto's been there a long time, and he'll be there next year. Stroman's not guaranteed. I don't think Conforto, I think, has pull over Stroman on the Mets.
Could you imagine if Stroman got hurt this year from a fight? What would happen to the Mets?
Wow.
I mean, seriously.
I got what you're saying. And I got to clarify, Alex. The Mets did not deny that this happened because we're not at that level with the Mets yet, like we are the Yankees, where I can ask them for a comment. I'm just telling you that all the Met insiders on Twitter, who I mentioned this story to, nobody decided they wanted to look into it. So either they did that because they feel there's nothing there, or because I'm not a big enough source for them to spend time on at this point in time to go and look for things, whatever it may be. But it seemed to die with that post, but it must have had some kind of truth to it for me to comment and say that the teammates shouldn't be fighting when we're trying to win games, and me to get blocked off of his page. I mean, before right away, before he even responded. So I don't know. I feel there's something there. Stroman has had a terrible spring before the break. He's been terrible since they've come back. There's stories about he's struggling. Maybe it has something to do with the chemistry. Maybe there's something off we don't see. I mean, who knows? But, that to me, there's something there. And I'm just surprised that, I'm going to remember you, Mike Puma, and you other guys. If when we get big enough and you want to talk to me, I'm like, I'm sorry, you blew me off when you act like I was a nobody. When I tried to I basically gave you the lead on what's potentially a very big breaking story. I mean, they have the sources to go in and dig and find out. And someone would have spoke. There's always a chirping bird if people saw it. And they would have found out, and they could have broke this story. Their story would have, they could have, I would appreciate if they would have mentioned that it came from me, but they could have broken the story and had an article on it and would have made the papers. And they could, so there's a chance for them to break a story and to not even give it its due, unless maybe they did. Maybe they did go give it its due and didn't find anything, or maybe whoever was just blowing smoke. But the people who I asked privately who've been friends with that account for a while are almost basically guaranteed me that's who it was. That's who account it was. So, it is what it is. I'm just saying is that there's potentially some turmoil, which is the last thing we need right now in the
Mets organization for sure, especially with the transfer of ownership and with everything going on. They're going to have to really tighten it up because the Mets need to be focused, being in the division they're in, on baseball and not other nonsense.
Exactly. Speaking of, I didn't add this into the link, but it came out last night, pretty late. I don't know if you saw, but it looked like Domingo Germán, the Yankees' young, very good pitcher, retired. I mean, now I'm not blowing it out of proportion like everybody else. He put a picture on Instagram and he said something in Spanish that equated to "I left baseball," as if he's giving it up. Now, the Yankees wouldn't comment, which is no shock, and everybody's taking it as he left. Now, maybe he did, but I see everyone on Facebook talking about how, he's leaving, he's gone. Why would he retire at 27? We know he can't play this year. But on the flip side, I look at it as, all right, maybe today that's how he's feeling. But he's not playing for a year anyway, so let's see if he feels that way in February, when it's time to go to spring training. I mean, did you? Max Shake said, did you saw that post about that?
Yeah, I saw it. I mean, come on. I mean, of course he's frustrated. He got suspended. He's in trouble. I mean, he's probably just, it's like when you go to try to mow your lawn and the lawnmower won't work. You're like, the heck with it. I'm not going to mow the lawn forever, man. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's just somebody that sounds frustrated in the position he's in. I wouldn't hold a lot of weight to it. And like you said, I would just wait to see what happens a year later when he's eligible to play again.
Matt? Anything?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to disagree. You're looking at a guy who actually played pretty well. Coming in, he surprised a lot of people, and he's making $550,000. So it's not like he's got. I mean, that's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like he's super incentivized to stay and do it. He could go back. What's he from? Cuba? Where did he come from? I can't remember. The Dominican Republic. That's right. He can go back to the Dominican Republic and play baseball. Like if he retires from the MLB. Now, he can go play baseball professionally in the Dominican Republic and throughout the Caribbean, which is just as big of a circuit worldwide as basically MLB, So he has other options. He can go make $500,000 in the Dominican Republic, same thing he's making with the Yankees as far as his salary is concerned. So it might be just a money play to where he can play baseball because if he's on the MLB contract with the Yankees, he can't go play baseball professionally in the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, right. I mean, he could play in the Winter League, I guess, with permission.
Yeah.
Because I know some Mets plan to go play in the Winter League in Puerto Rico. So I don't know what the status is there. If he did retire, though, if he was done, that's a blow to the Yankees for someone you have back.
Yeah, to some extent.
I mean, remember, if you didn't have him and you already have Paxton's going to be a free agent and Tanaka's going to be a free agent, I mean, right off the bat, that's just another loss right there. I mean,
we could always pick up Stroman. You know what I mean?
Maybe we can bring him and Conforto on a package deal, and we can watch it.
There you go.
Well, Alex says this is the last thing the Mets need is before his team drama. Tyrone says it's not a story you want out. Well, technically it's not out because I can't get anyone to dig into it and pick it up. So it died with the big guy sports. So luckily for them, that we don't have the pull that Mike Puma has or the Daily News, or else I'd have the Star covering it right now. It'd be everywhere.
Right.
I should have took some pictures, but I working on the computer. Alex says, I think Domingo's upset by the fact that he can't play this year. Well, Alex, didn't he beat his girlfriend or his wife or something? I mean, domestic abuse is serious. I mean, he's got to, he's got to sit out a year. I mean, he should just mentally think like he had Tommy John surgery or something, I mean, so moving on, because I agree with you guys. I think this is just like frustration. I think September you'll see him in camp. Once the Yankees get their hook in him, you mention a little dollar signs to the guy. You tell him, listen, Germán, you pitch a couple more years really good, you could get like $50-60 million. It's a lot more than $550,000, and he'll be back. So Did you see this fake crowd noise? Did you watch any of the practices yet? This is so bad. Like, please,
sounds awful.
Just let it be. It's so bad that I can't even wrap my head around it. It's almost as bad as the cardboard cutouts, which was another thing we'll get to later, and you can explain to me how the Mets sold 800 of those at $80 a piece. But anyway, or $86 a piece, or 5,000 or 8,000. They sold a lot of them. I didn't realize there was such a demand for people to have their cardboard cutout in the stadium. But the crowd noise thing just sounds awful. I mean, it's like one constant looping sound. Like, do we really need that in baseball?
They didn't variate it.
No, it's terrible. Do we need that? Is that something we need? You both are speechless. That's how bad it is. I mean, is that something
it's comical to a point, Mac, isn't it? It's almost a little bit comical because you're like, is this out of a movie? Like, they're putting cardboard cutouts in the stands. They're pumping crowd noise in. It's like we're trying to make a movie or something like that out here. It's just empty the stadium or fit who you can, socially distancing, all that stuff like that. Playing silent. Those guys would rather hear the back crack than have that horrible looping sound come through their ear all day long. They said it just gave them headaches. A lot of the guys were complaining, man, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, crowds get quiet during a game. Like also I worry about what it represents as far as like favoritism at stadiums. Like, I mean, let's be honest with you, whether it's a Yankee or a Met game, if you go to a Yankee or Met game and the Yankees or Mets are at home and they fall behind 6 or 7 runs, that quiet crowd gets dead silent. Doesn't matter who it is. Yankees, Mets, they're both the same.
You can yell across the stadium like that.
Yeah, what are you going to do? You're going to tell me that all of a sudden they're down 7 and you're just going to pump that crowd noise into the speakers and the cheering? I mean, and what if one stadium does it a lot more than the other? This should be outlawed. I mean, Mac, this should be.
Hey, I love it, man. Do you remember? I don't know if you guys remember because I'm a little bit older than both of you, but they used to have the games that used to play at home, right? We used to set up. One was Talking Football. I love this game, and they would set up. You would set up your whole cardboard fan thing. You would have a disc, and you would pick a play, and you would pick a defense, and you push it down in this little box, a little talking box, and it would not only do the play, but the fan noise would be there too. Like, this is when I was like 11 years old. It was great. So this is what this kind of reminds me of. It's like a fake fan video / board game, right? Like everything's set up for you to do. Now, the one good thing about this, Jim, is that you actually have to hire people, because I would imagine that when the other team gets up, you would have to have like a boo tape, a boo disc, where somebody would get up and then you would bring up the boos, and then when you hit home run, you would bring up the cheering, and then there would be silence too, Matt. There would be silence and somebody yelling, "Hey, you guys stink," stuff like that. I mean, this could be a real good job for somebody. It could make a lot of money, and I think it's great. I mean, what's his name there? Smith. Dominic Smith.
He doesn't like it.
Yeah, he don't like it. So, you know what? I think a lot of it has to do with, too, is that if there is no noise, you're going to hear what the coaches are saying, what the players are saying. You might give away something, I don't know, from the first base coach. He may say, "Hey, listen, steal on this play," which I know they don't, but, who knows. So, I mean, that would be kind of interesting if you mic'd up the players and stuff, but I don't know if you could control what they say. So
I don't know if you've watched the soccer at all in the MLS tournament where there's no fans and you can hear everything being said. Quite a few F-bombs seem to come.
Yes. Yeah, so I mean, you would have to have like a rating on your TV, like adults. Yep, 17 through 18. You can only watch this game without parental supervision. I mean, there's a whole thing we can talk about here for about an hour on this, but I know you guys would not be interested in all my thoughts on this.
Well, no, it's not that at all. It's just that, like I said, I mean, I feel bad for the guy at ESPN who's, in charge of trying to make sure when he thinks someone on soccer is going to drop the F-bomb that he has to mute it out. Like, he's got to be quick because you don't know when it's coming.
Yeah, they've only got, I think, like a 1.5 second delay, 2.5 second delay. Like, you don't have any time at all to catch that. It's like, oh, button. So I was weird. I watched a soccer game over in Europe. Real Madrid was playing the other day, and you hear them kicking the ball, you hear them talking to each other, everything. Like, the whistle sounds like they're right in your ear, So my question would be: is the MLB going to be the one controlling the crowd noise, or are they going? Is it going to be the teams at the stadium that run it? Is it going to be a set team the MLB puts together that go to stadiums on game days and run it? Like,
stop the favoritism. Like if it's the stadium doing it, like if you're in Minnesota and the Minnesota guy just wants to stand there hitting the button all day long, how do you? I mean, where do you draw the line? I mean, for me, when I watch a game, yeah, the crowd's important, but to me, I get most excited listening to the announcers call the game. I don't. So. We'll see what happens. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, I'm watching the Mets take drills yesterday, and Robinson Cano's standing there in the on-deck circle, and behind him is just a bunch of cardboard.
Yeah, that's cool, right? Isn't that great?
And the dumber part is that there's thousands of Met fans who paid for these. What is wrong with you people? We don't want the Wilpons to think they can make money and keep the team.
Lining their pockets.
Ask for a refund. If they start thinking they can make money, Fred and Jeff are going to sit down, and you know how these two think. They'd be like, wait a second. Maybe we could keep the team. Maybe it won't be too bad if we have no fans for 2 years because we're selling 10,000 cutouts.
You know what, Jim? What I really want to see? They should give bonus points if you can punch a hole in one of those cardboard cutouts with a home run or a line drive or something.
That would be great. And not only that, Matt, could they keep that ball? If the fan catches it with their face when the ball goes through, they're going to make it a long ball. Yeah.
What happens to the traumatized kid whose father bought a cardboard cutout, is sitting at home watching the game, and a line drive goes into a part of the stands that are not netted off, and the ball takes off his head?
Yeah.
What happens to the little kid who just saw his dad's head pulled right off because his cardboard got hit with a 114-mile-an-hour line drive from Stanton?
Oh my God. What happens to cardboard when it gets wet? What happens when it rains outside the first time these cardboard cutouts?
When it rains, since I paid $86, do they reprint it, or I got to pay $86 against? It's not my fault it rains.
It's true.
Right. So you got to read the small print, Jim. Always read the small print when you make purchases. So, I mean, listen, what happens if the cardboard doesn't look the way exactly like you want it to? What happens if it starts fading in the sun? There's a lot of things here that we got to consider.
You're a woman. What if it got your bad angle? And you're
exactly
like, that angle.
Right. I mean, what happens if you're
Kim Kardashian cutout? You'd have to wait 6 weeks for her to make up it up and inject the cheeks and shit before you can.
Right. I mean, there's a whole thing going on here, Jim, that we haven't even considered yet. I imagine there's more angles to it.
There is. This is ridiculous. It's terrible. What next? Squirrels running out the baseballs?
It's going to be funny because there's going to be times where, it's going to happen. It's inevitable. Somebody's going to blast a hole through one of those cardboard cutouts, and it's going to be hilarious. And I can't wait to see it, honestly.
Ball. He says, Matt, send the ball. He said, if it hits the cardboard cutout, Matt, we should get the ball and send it to the home.
That's a good idea.
Well, let me add. Well, just make sure when you get the ball in the mail, you rub it down with some rubbing alcohol, clean it a little bit, because you don't know what's on the ball. Two baseball people can't touch the ball. Who knows how many hands touched it before it got to you?
I mean, there was another point that was just brought up by one of the listeners. What happens when they hit the fireworks and the cardboard catches on fire? And when we have a mini fire up in the stands because all these cardboards are going up.
And nobody's up there to put it out because there are only 32 people in the stands. So there's nobody there in the stadium. So who's going to go and do it?
I guess the players would have to get a fire extinguisher and run up in the stands. I think that's
we have a delay. The seventh inning is on hold. Well, Fordo right up to the third deck to put out the fire.
Jason DeGrom is over there with a fire extinguisher.
We've listed every doomsday scenario possible for these cardboard cutouts. You need to do it away.
Windy and Bobby's father sitting in section D, the cardboard flies into the middle of the infield
and hits the player
out to the river or something. You got cardboard cutouts floating down the river.
Little Billy's upset because his father's drowning.
You're driving down the road, a cardboard cutout slaps on your windshield.
It's terrible. It's just I don't understand.
Here's Aaron Judge gunning under a line drive. A line drive's coming in, the cardboard flies right by and hits him. I mean, that would be interference, right? That would be
Randy Johnson hit the bird with the pitch.
Right, exactly. So I mean, there's so
redo that pitch. I don't remember what happened.
No, I think it counted as a strike, Jim. I really do.
Oh. I'm just saying, I don't know why. How did like a few thousand people actually pay for this? Like seriously. They could have sent me that money and I'd have been living large for like the next 6 months. I don't understand. People that badly wanted to be a cardboard cutout in the stadium. Is the cameras even going to pan to show you're there? I mean, who knows you're there but yourself?
Well, I mean, listen, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what's going to go on, but it's a very interesting thing. So,
it's a very crazy thing. So
I'll tell you what they should do. They should play music.
Yeah, music is fine. You know,
play music.
Not while the guy's batting, because I know baseball players don't like that. But, let's move on to the latest on the Mets sale. So, this is like going to be a weekly thing until they're sold anyway. So the last time we spoke last weekend, we knew that the first round bids had just come in. Now, we're at the point now where, according to, there were 3 people who advanced. There's Cohen Group, the A-Rod Group, and the Devils Group. I call them the Devils Group. All right.
The Devils.
So we talked about this during the week, that there was rumor for a moment that the Devils Group had picked up this other guy to get involved who was worth $40 billion, and it was almost going to guarantee they were going to get the team. But then him and his partner came out publicly through their spokesman, because, the one thing I've noticed is when people get rich, they can't talk themselves. They all have spokesmen. So that's the kind of job I need. How do I be someone's spokesman? So they asked him, they came out and said there's no truth to that. They're just interested in the land next to Citi Field because they'd like to buy casinos. So now the Devils somehow went back to being third on the list. So then you started hearing rumors that Cohen might have problems getting approved with the league because of the fact that they're afraid that with the collective bargaining agreement coming up at the end of 2021, he's going to raise the prices on players too much. They think he's going to go into the offseason and give Mookie Betts the highest contract ever, give JT Realmuto the highest catcher contract ever, which, as you know how it works in sports, one guy sets the bar, everyone else goes for the bar, just like Mahomes just set the bar in football. So they're worried about that. They're worried that he'll spend too much money and it'll hurt the greedy owners' pockets. And that's the last thing they want. So there was talk about maybe him not getting approved. So then you had A-Rod looking like for a minute he'd be the favorite. Now, A-Rod's got a complete baseball team of investors. Basically, A-Rod could buy the team, and then him and his investors can field the team. So, we can just cut all the Mets. Brian Urlacher playing shortstop, Murray playing center field. He's got a lot of buyers. So then you hear that. And people started to get this confused on Facebook. And I did reach out to a couple people who I know who are closer to the Mets than we are, but actually will respond, unlike Mike Puma. So I asked them about, because then you heard reports that everyone knows that J-Lo and A-Rod are very, very close to Robert Kraft. This is no secret. So they went and asked them, the rumors started happening that Robert Kraft was getting involved in the bid. Because if Robert Kraft came in on the bid, Cohen could easily lose the bid because Robert Kraft has a ton of money. Here's the problem. That's not exactly technically what was happening. A-Rod and Robert Kraft has already come out and said, I'm not interested in buying the Mets. I'm interested in the land next to it, Willits Field, because that property comes with the Mets. You can build on it. It's never been built on. And Robert Kraft, for anyone who's ever been to a game in New England, he has a whole shopping center with bowling and movie theaters there and bars. So he makes it to where once you're done watching a Patriots game, you can go over there and just hang out for hours on end and have a good time. He wants to get involved with them if they win the team and build that. And because A-Rod wants to do that same thing. He wants to build an entire bar, restaurant, shopping center, all of this good stuff right there off the side of the property so that before and after Met games, there's something for fans to go do. And Kraft, I guess, is going to get involved in this, and he's going to be a partner in that development should they win, not the stadium. So A-Rod's thinking good, smart business, how to make more money. So I got to ask, do you think the league, knowing that Kraft is interested in being a partner with them for the land on the outside and building a Mecca entertainment center that Mets fans can go to before and after the game, which is the new norm in sports, to have those things on the outside? Do you think that increases – the bids right now are very close. I mean, they're going to get a chance to rebid. But do you think that makes A-Rod more attractive to the league and the owners than Cohen?
No, I don't think that makes him more attractive. I mean, not to the owners anyway. Maybe to the Mets itself and the fans itself.
Well, no, the fans want Cohen. I follow all the.
Well, I was saying if it would be attractive to anybody, it would be to the Mets organization in the area around it. What does the owners care if he builds whatever next to the stadium?
The owners are the ones that decide who gets the team because they vote him in. You need 75% owner approval to get the vote. And the Wilpons are not dumb. They're going to check with the owners and see who can and can't get approved ahead of time. And if the owners are telling the Wilpons, listen, we'd much rather have the A-Rod group than Steve Cohen, I don't
know how the owner of the Kansas City Royals or the Los Angeles Dodgers would care what they do outside the stadium. I think they're more worried about what this owner would vote, if they're going to stand beside them when they vote, or are they more player friendly, or like you mentioned about somebody coming in and spending a lot of money and outbidding teams where they couldn't get these players. That would be more of a concern to me if I owned the Arizona Diamondbacks than what you did with the outside of the stadium. I think they really would rather know what their positions are when it comes to the agreement coming up, how he's going to run the team. What is his aspects as far as the whole MLB together? How would he be standing with them than rather what he does outside the stadium?
I think there's a lot of moving parts to this here because I'm not entirely sure that the other owners in the league would want to do business with a guy like Sheldon Adelson and what that would bring to the league. Okay, with his casino business, with all his shady dealings, as many would consider it, they're looking at a lot of different things. You have to look as owners. You have to look at Cohen's history of insider trading, in which he was awarded the biggest fine, a record fine, $1.8 billion for insider trading. That's Steve Cohen. A number of women, especially in today's world, have accused him of creating uncomfortable working environments involving sexual harassment, and at multiple businesses, mind you. Okay, and then on the other side, you look at a guy like A-Rod and you think, okay, well, he sued the owners when he got suspended for the steroids. He tried to sue the owners. They're not going to soon forget that whole litigation they had to go through and all that media, that negative media the league got because of it. He did that. That was A-Rod, He caused a very ugly mark on the league for a long time. And they're going to keep that in mind, And then you look at a guy like, so you got Cohen, shady dealings. You got Sheldon Adelson, who's a multi-billionaire powerhouse mogul casino guy. Silver something or another is the name of his building or his company. I forget what it's called.
He said he's not involved. He said, I'm not.
I don't
think he wants to buy the Mets. I don't think he has any interest.
He wants his Right. He wants a party to get the team so he can have access to the land outside and around the team. You see what I'm saying? There was a whole bunch of bidding going down here with him around the Disney area. And they wouldn't, locally here in Osceola and Orange County, they wouldn't approve the gambling licenses for him to build casinos and stuff here. So he withdrew all that stuff. It was a big battle down here. A lot of people don't trust that guy, don't like that guy. They don't want him involved in their businesses. And they're going to consider all these things. But I think more and more, as more things come out and they lean towards the inclusion things and, they want to diversify ownership and things like that, I think the league, more than anything, is going to push the owners to say, hey, let's let the J-Lo and A-Rod group get in here and let's try to diversify the ownership. Let's try to make it, look the way it's supposed to look.
See, you bring that up, and that's an interesting point because it was brought up on the internet, and I totally disagree. Like Bradley Beal, who doesn't know the first thing about baseball, he plays basketball. He says, I think the owners just want Cohen because they don't want a diverse owner. And everyone on the internet bashed the crap out of him. And I agree. I did too, not because I don't want diverse owners, but because to say that the Major League Baseball owners want Cohen because he's white, and I'm not, again, words don't get in a race. I'm just making a quick point. It's business. It has nothing to do with any of that. I promise you, if A-Rod's group, if the money with A-Rod's group is equal to Cohen's group or close to it, A-Rod's going to get the team. If it's close, I guarantee it. Because as much as Bradley Beal's speaking with really no knowledge than other trying to cause controversy, which is basically what he was doing because he has no knowledge of the situation. At the end of the day, the league is scared about Cohen, actually, because he has the insider trading, because he paid the biggest fine. All the things Matt said worries the crap out of the owners. Like, are we bringing in Daniel Snyder 2.0? So if the only way Cohen is getting the team is if Cohen just blows the bid out of the water, like A-Rod's group bids $2 billion, Cohen bids 2.4, he's going to get the team because it's business. It's business at the end of the day. But if I don't mind, again, and I've said this before, because anyone's better than the Wilpons, I don't mind if the A-Rod group gets the team if they're still going to have money left to invest in players for the team. That's all I care about at the end of the day. I don't care if J-Lo does 72 concerts. I don't care if in the fourth inning of every game, J-Lo comes out and sings a song for 5 minutes. It doesn't matter to me. As long as you can buy players so we can win, I don't care. Own it all. I mean, and here's another thing you got to bring up too is this is why I think A-Rod is seriously in play here is because if A-Rod cuts a deal with Robert Kraft and says, listen, if I get the Mets, you can have 50% ownership of the whole Willits place and what we build. But Cohen's ahead of me. I need a little cash. Kraft might change his thinking and get involved. Well, listen, let me put the 0.4 in because on the flip side of it, then I get to be part of a mega entertainment center in the city of New York, which will blow up.
Yeah, it's all these things are points. I don't know if the owners really, I don't want to say care, but I don't know if they really are worried about, because as Matt said, it's on both sides. I mean, you got Cohen, who's a little shady. You got A-Rod, who came out, I guess he was misquoted about saying something about a salary cap.
That was a ploy.
I understand that, but I'm just saying that A-Rod benefited from the way the way baseball set up. He got the biggest contract in the history of baseball at one time. So, I mean, he benefited from that. Now he's on the other side of that. He's no longer a player. Now he's an owner, and he's going to have to take them finances into consideration. So whether that was a fake news story or whatever it was, I mean, he's got to be thinking that way. He's just changed total positions. Jim, I don't think the owners really care what the Mets can buy. I think that's what you care about. I think that's what the fans care about. I don't think the owners care about the community around the stadium. The only thing I think they really care about is who's going to be with them when the agreement comes up and how he's going to vote along the same lines, or is there going to be a problem? So if Cohen's going to come in and he says, yeah, listen, I'm with you guys. We're going to do I'm going to stand with you as far as this goes. He's going to get in. If A-Rod says the same thing, he's got a shot at coming in. Really, the Wilpons got to sell the team.
Yeah, that was a ploy, Mac, where A-Rod, and that's why I don't understand why is social media why are people so easy to manipulate in this country? Like everyone was going nuts. Oh, even the players. I've seen several ex-Yankees come out and say boycott A-Rod. Like Brandon McCarthy, like, are you that dumb? Do you really think he meant that? He's just trying to plant the seed in the owners' minds of, listen, I'll pressure the Wilpons to give it to me because I'll play ball. That doesn't mean he really means that. You say what you got to say to become an owner.
Right. I'm owner friendly, basically.
You do whatever you want because it's almost impossible for them to kick you out unless you do something like Donald Sterling did, which is like, terrible. Like, if you're A-Rod, you're like, listen, he said what he had to say. to kind of nudge the owners. Now, I agree with Tyrone. I mean, like I said, I just don't want the devil group. So I'm not like if we come back on the air 3 months from now and A-Rod bought the team, I'm going to be upset. But I want Cohen. I just want the guy who just wants to focus on the Mets. I don't care about the land. I don't care about SNY. I want someone to come in, not be about because I know what A-Rod and J-Lo are going to do, and I don't have a problem with it. Because I've read enough of the articles. If they were to get the team, they're going to turn it into an experience. There are more concerts, more this, more that, more glitz, more glam. You'll start to see celebrities come to the Mets games. And I'm not talking about the ones who have season tickets like Chris Rock and Jerry Seinfeld. You'll start seeing, the celebrities come into the games like they go to the Knicks games because A-Rod and J-Lo will cater to the celebrities. That's great and all. Great. I don't care. Okay. We're panning over today. We got George Clooney here. Okay, great. That's amazing. I don't care about that. I care about winning. Right. So I don't care. And to me, Cohen has the most money to buy any player he wants. And if we went into an offseason and he buys Mookie Betts and Real Muto right off the bat, you guys won't ever be able to get a word in about the Yankees. That's the whole time. So that's who I want. And I don't know why MLB would want 7 or 8 partners. Now, I know J-Lo and A-Rod, it's already been stated, they would be the controlling owner of the Mets. So that's the difference between them and Jeter. Jeter is not the controlling owner of the Marlins. He's running it. J-Lo and A-Rod put in enough money that they would be the controlling owner. So it basically would be their team. I don't know. It's going to be a complicated situation. It's going to take months, but they're hoping to have it sold by the end of October, which to me is a good date because whatever the new owner is going to be, you want them to have time to operate this upcoming offseason. You don't want the Wilpons operating it. And so, but we should know who's going to buy it then by September because then they can process through all the stuff. So we'll see what happens in round 2. A lot of this could also be a ploy to try to get Cohen to put in more money. Get back to 2.6.
It could be. And I mean, A-Rod, what he was talking about from what I read was he was trying to figure a way to get Major League Baseball equal to the NFL, which I've been talking about a lot, where they start revenue sharing after a certain amount of money, where it's 50-50. So the players have an invested interest on Major League Baseball growing, instead of just being a private contractor. So that's what he was talking about. He wasn't talking about a salary cap. He was talking after a certain number that the owners and players start doing 50-50 revenue sharing so that the players become more interested and the MLB grows in a similar way that the NFL is a country, a world organization, and not just, the Royals are here and the Diamondbacks are here and the Milwaukee Brewers are here. He wanted to do something to have all the players involved, which to me is a great idea.
Well, someone had mentioned on Facebook, I forget who it was, but they've always talked to me about it, and I thought it was a great idea, is that I think what you need to see happen is you need to see the league, instead of having a salary cap on the top, I think they need to have a cap on the bottom. Someone had mentioned to me, and it made a lot of sense, to where, because these teams like the Yankees and the Dodgers and people like that, they go and they have to give money to the Royals and they give money to the Diamondbacks because they're paying off the difference. And then these teams like the Royals, instead of taking that $35 million they got from the Yankees and putting it into the team, they put it in their pocket. There should be a cap at the bottom where your team can't go below, say, $90 million. So they have to put money into the team. You know what I mean? And Tyrone's got a good point. The only problem is that if you have A-Rod and J-Lo come in and, spice it up to celebrity status type team, the ticket prices go up. Costs money to cover all the stuff you want to do. And Met games are already pretty expensive. So another thing, we got 2 more points before we get to our picks for the season. I think ESPN made the right move by telling A-Rod he won't announce any Met games. Right? I mean, you can't disagree with that, right? I mean, that's definitely a conflict of interest. I mean, the last thing you need is A-Rod on the television, saying something negative about one of the Mets. Well, Cespedes just can't field right today. Oh, wait, well, now I'm your owner. That don't go over well. So no complaints, I assume, from you two on that one.
Definitely a
comment. I mean, A-Rod's not a bad.
No, he's good. But
he's pretty good calling the show.
I mean, you can't call the Met games.
No, that's totally. I mean, I'm sure he's not upset about that either. You know.
Yeah, it'd be definitely
just like whatever, man.
Yeah, it'd be definitely a conflict of interest. I mean, he may pump the Mets up more than they should be pumped up. He may be harder on the other team than he should be. I mean, look at I knew the Mets would beat the Braves or something like that. Yeah, I mean, you got to even when you see broadcasters on any game, on any show, pregame or during the show, they won't give their picks on who they think's going to win. All that stuff. They're supposed to keep all that stuff to themselves so they seem impartial. Right. Yeah, being an owner. That's not impartial. Yeah.
No. So, and it looks like, according to the Mets and the Yankees this weekend, as you know, the Mets and Yankees are playing today, which will be live on TV. I think coverage starts at 6:30. The Yankees have announced that they're going to hold Cole back from pitching against the Mets in any of these 2 practice games and just let him do a simulated. The Mets have announced, due to the fact that he had tweaked his back when he was sleeping, and even though DeGrom feels good now, he'll be ready for opening day as long as he makes it through a simulated game. He threw yesterday. DeGrom said he felt great. They're going to skip him pitching also against the Yankees in these 2 games, which he was supposed to do. And then they're going to let him pitch a simulated game and throw to 60 pitches. And if all comes back fine, he'll be ready for opening day. So those 2 guys are ready to go, but you're not going to see them this weekend, which is fine. I mean, I don't want Stanton hitting DeGrom in the head with a line drive anyway, so I'd rather take my chances on that one because you never know. The one other thing I want to talk about before we get to the picks, because there was discussion during the week about the Nationals looking at alternate sites to play. Now, as far as I understand, it was eventually agreed upon they would play at home. But there's also their talk that they might at some point try to move to another stadium to play. And my issue with this is that the reason they're doing it, because according to the Nationals want to go and play somewhere else because of the fact that they don't like the state's rule that if a player gets coronavirus, they have to quarantine for 14 days automatically. So if a national Scherzer gets the coronavirus, automatically he has to sit based on the state law. Now, to me, it's like if you're moving your team, trying to move your team somewhere else because you don't want your player to have to quarantine for 14 days based on state rules. We'll start with you, Mac. Isn't that basically saying you don't care about the player's safety? So wait a minute. You want to go somewhere where he only has to quarantine for 6 days? You don't care if half your team gets sick?
Right.
I mean, I don't know what – listen, the coronavirus affects people in different ways. We all know that. We all know that people are going to test positive because we're getting outside right now and that everything's coming back and there's more tests available. I mean, the quarantine – what happens if 5 of their players get corona, and then they got to have all those automatically go? Then they got to test all these other players. I mean, I understand what you're saying, Jim, but I mean, I can understand them saying, "Hey, listen, I don't want my starting pitcher or 2 of my starting pitchers out for 2 weeks, and they're going to miss at least 2 starts, maybe 4 starts between them." I can understand their unwillingness to go along with somebody that's stricter than someone else that's a little bit more lenient somewhere else.
No.
What about you, Matt? I mean, don't you think it's they're risking safety to players? I mean, players care about their safety. They don't want to come back too soon.
Yeah. Well, man, hey, guess what, Jim? Sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit, baby. If you want, that's just the way it is. Hey, no, but honestly, no. All jokes aside, I'm sure they'll consult their players. I'm sure they'll consult their teams. The fact that D.C. is not willing to make any accommodations doesn't surprise me, obviously, considering it's Washington, D.C. They don't even have representation in Congress. They don't give a damn. But they don't. I mean, if the Washington Nationals see they're good enough to where, okay, if I have to quarantine a guy for 14 days, we'll be okay. I think that'd be better served staying at home, play your games at home. The guys will be more comfortable. Everything will work out better for them. But if you've got to go to Virginia or you've got to go down, what are you going to go to Florida? You're going to go to St. Augustine out there by Tampa? And instead of staying in Washington, D.C., it makes no sense. It would be foolish for them to move. I think it would just be a silly, silly move on their part. It would throw off everything for them. And if they did that, if they didn't play in Washington, the Braves are going to win that division for sure.
Still, whoa! Don't give the segment away while you're picking teams. But
you know something. Also, one more thing, guys. Listen, why are you having an opening day game in a place that you may have to move from? Why did you even schedule this ahead of time to be playing in Washington D.C. when you know there's a problem? We could have solved everything.
They're not coming to play. You don't deserve opening day.
We could have solved it all.
You didn't win the title.
We're not. We don't have to move to Buffalo or anything. Just come to Yankee Stadium. It's ready to go. We don't have to worry about any of them stringent rules. So that's my suggestion.
You see what I'm dealing with, people? You see what I'm dealing with? I don't know what's going on. This is what I deal with on a daily basis, and I don't know. They can't. I don't think it matters where you play this year, does it? Really? Other than dimensions of the park. That's all that matters.
That's really it.
To the park.
No, you're right.
Doesn't matter. Did I lose Mac here? There he goes. Hey, Mac. Back.
You always say you're losing me. I'm always here.
Just posed up real quick on my side.
All right. It doesn't really matter where you play at this point because there's no fans. The only thing that really matters is the dimensions of the ballpark. Are you playing in a homer park? Are you not playing in a homer park? Do the Yankees deserve to have opening day at home? Not if they're playing the champs. If they were playing anybody else, yeah, but they're not. They're playing the champs. And the champs always open at home. Rules.
But they may not be at home. So
we're not bending the rules for the Yankees. So, give it a rest, all right? No one wants to hear it, all right? I want to come and listen to you guys.
Hey,
I want to listen to you guys pick the wrong team to win the NL East so I can laugh at you all.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all right. So anyway, hey, listen, it's on record. Everything on tape is forever. So at least we have it. I already put my Mets starting lineup for opening day out on Facebook. So when people say, damn, Jim, that's pretty good. Pretty good. I didn't even put Cano in it. So how you like that? So I read an article. Cano says, I'm working my swing back into shape. What do you mean? Where the hell you been? What do you mean working your swing? You just spent 3 months sitting home for coronavirus. You've been hitting a ball off a tee every day. What do you mean I'm working my ball back?
I don't think I've seen that. He's been working that swing back since he left the Yankees.
Yeah, what the hell is he? Well, he had 2 good years in Seattle before he actually fell apart. So I don't know where Cano was, where he was hanging out. I don't know if he was trying to bring people over from Cuba. I don't know what the hell Cano. No, I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was helping people with boats. I have no idea where Cano was. Cano's not Cuban. He's Dominican. I'm just saying maybe he was helping those because I read stories on the news that the people were trying to come. They come over on the boats into Florida. There's a story on the news like 3 days ago that I guess a group was coming over and they made it to the thing. I don't know. Maybe he helped. I have no idea where he was is my point. But I don't know why you want to come here. Florida's the coronavirus capital of the world. You just come back in a month and they fix it. But whatever. So I don't know. But he says his swing is not there yet. What do you mean not there? You're supposed to be ready in April. It's July. So, yeah, I don't have him in my starting lineup. So take that.
Oh, the Mets shouldn't either, ever, period.
I'll take Dominic Smith in any day. So here's the deal. Today is the last Saturday. When we come to you live next week, baseball will have started. Every team will have played exactly one game by the time we come back next Saturday. Because the Yankees and the Dodgers play Thursday, and then they're off Friday, and all the rest of the teams play Friday. So when we come to you Saturday morning, half the teams will be 1-0, the other half will be 0-1. So I want to go over division by division, who you're picking where to finish the season. And then at the end, you'll tell me which of those guys you got in the playoffs. I also printed out the Las Vegas over-unders so I can kind of get your feel if you're taking the over and under. Even, I bet, but I don't know if you guys bet. But I live in a state where you can bet. So New Jersey allows gambling.
Can't do that here.
Right. So let's start with the AL East. So we'll go through this. We got an hour. Take our time. Mac, who's finishing in dead last in the AL East?
The Orioles.
You think about it?
Yeah, not at all. The Orioles, their best player, Trey Mancini has colon cancer, and the The offense was only 11th out of 15th. They have a good pitcher, Hunter Harvey, but the rest of the rotation is bad, and the bullpen is bad. So
this it is. Matt, do you have Baltimore finishing in last place also?
It's either going to be them or Toronto, but I'm leaning more towards Baltimore just because they're that bad and that understaffed and talented. No pitching beyond their first starter. Their bats are going to be decent. They can get rolling a little bit, get a little bit of momentum going, but definitely the Orioles or the Blue Jays.
All right, but you're putting the Orioles in there.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Mac. I'm going to go with Mac, and I'm going to say the Orioles.
I put the Orioles in last place also. According to Las Vegas odds makers, the Orioles have the lowest win total for the over-under. It's 20. 20.5 is the over-under win total for the Baltimore Orioles, which is the lowest in the entire league. No Mancini. They traded Villar. Their starting pitching staff is a mess. They have very little quality hitting. I would not in any way be shocked if the Baltimore Orioles went 10-50. They're that bad.
Listen, that trade for Machado the prospects they got back in the trade for Machado, we have seen nothing from. They can't develop them at all because this COVID stuff has everything on pause. So basically, their development has just paused. Like, okay, so now we've gotten rid of our best player, probably second best player in the history of their franchise, second best player in the history of their franchise, and you're supposed to get all these talented prospects back, and guess what? It doesn't pan out for you. So now you're stuck in this purgatory as Baltimore. Like, oh well, now we've got everybody and their brother ahead of us in the AL East. The Yankees are miles ahead. Tampa Bay miles ahead. Boston, Toronto are the only two that they can really push for that third spot in that division.
It's bad in Baltimore and going to be bad for some time because they have the number one prospect in baseball, Aldi Rushman, who's coming up, the catcher, but he's not going to be ready for another year or two, probably two, as he's only like 18, 19 years old, but they're not good. Not good. It's going to be a while. So we'll just always go in this order for the East. Mac, who do you have in fourth place?
I have to go with the Red Sox. I mean, last year they did okay for what they had. I mean, I'm from around here, and I have heard nothing about them in the news, and normally it's plastered all over the cover. I mean, their best player is probably Bogaerts. I hope I'm saying it right.
Xander
Bogaerts. Yeah, he's probably the best player. I mean, the infield is average. The outfield has a big weakness. The pitching rotation without Sale in the beginning is going to be suspect. Their bullpen is pretty good. I don't see no offense really coming from this year. I mean, without Sale starting, they'll probably lose a lot in the beginning until he comes back. Their bullpen's okay, but I mean, I'm splitting the state, Yankees and Red Sox, and Yankees are all in the news up here, and they're not talking about the Red Sox at all, and that's very strange. So I really expect them to fall off even from last year and end up second to the basement.
Fair enough. Are you the same, Matt, or no?
No, I think Boston's going to be a little bit better than Toronto this year. I think Toronto's going to be the second worst fourth place team in AL East. I figure they win around 26-ish, 27 games, 27, 28, somewhere in that range. I namely say that, even though they've got some pretty bright spots on their defense with Gurriel, who's actually got hurt he had some discomfort the other day. They've got this young kid, Santiago Espinal, who's been apparently, from what they say, been lights out in training and stuff like that with his fielding. So they've got some young guys that can develop and really bring some fire to the Rogers Center up there. I think Toronto's problem is going to be the travel and all that stuff. The federal government in Canada just recently approved them to play at the Rogers Center. So now at least they know that they'll be able to play there. Now the question is, how's it going to work with the other teams cross-border? We've talked about this. It's just too many X factors for them being out of the country. Fourth place.
Okay, the Blue Jays. I took I went along with Mac on this one. I took Boston. Boston hasn't done much in the offseason. You don't hear a lot about them, which is strange, especially when you're talking about the Red Sox, because they're such a a storied franchise that people follow in baseball, and you haven't heard much about them. They haven't done a lot to sign anybody special. They got rid of Betts. They're putting a lot of pressure this year on Benintendi. I don't know what's going to happen with Verdugo. That's their big get. We'll see what happens with Verdugo. He's their big get. They're expecting him to explode. But they don't have enough pitching. They don't have anything. The only thing, to me, Boston's going to be so bad, the only thing saving them from the basement is Baltimore. Luckily for them, Baltimore is worse. So we got Baltimore. Then we got a mix of Boston and Toronto. So I would assume, just so we don't, we all have, Matt must have Boston third, and we must both have Toronto third. So it's Toronto, Boston is where the mix is right there. I like Toronto. I think Toronto is going to barely miss the playoffs. I think Toronto has Nate Pearson is the best pitching prospect in baseball, and he's their future ace. Guerrero, Bichette, Biggio, all mashers. They also have other hitting in Teoscar Hernandez and a couple other guys. Smoke. I don't know if Smoke's actually still there, but Toronto can really hit the baseball. They're young, up and coming, on the rise. I really like what they got going on down there. It's bad luck for them that they're stuck with Tampa Bay and New York. That seems to be the only thing holding them back. Mac, what do you like about Toronto?
Yeah, I mean, you just said everything that I would have said. And I don't know if you spoke about their new ace, Jin Ryu. Am I saying it right, Jim?
In Ryu, yep.
Yeah. And Rourke and Anderson, they help stabilize the rotation. The only thing is the distraction of being out of country, as Matt brought up with them just getting the okay. It may be a bubble situation up there for them, which might be distracting. And that's the only thing I could add to that.
Okay, and you have Boston. What do you like about Boston to finish third?
As far as Boston's concerned, being in third place, although their rotation is a mess, I think they have the bats. Okay, with Shane Bloom coming in there from Tampa Bay, he knows how to build a team. He knows how to bring in the right pitching. He knows how to set up a payroll. All right, you're looking at a Boston Red Sox team that's going to go out there with Nathan Eovaldi. They're going to go out there with a couple of guys that don't really even have too many wins or starts in the playoffs under their belt. There's no sort of experience there in their rotation. Bullpen is gone. They have no bullpen. They have no closer. So Red Sox are going to have a problem, but they have the bats. So they'll win 30 games. They'll win 30 games.
And miss out. 30 and 30 would be close. So they would just
they're just going to miss out. Yeah, they're going to win about 30 games. They're going to miss out, and they'll just be they're going to be building, because if you look at it with I forget this guy's name that's having the Tommy John surgery, Chris Sale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're going to miss him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't. You got Eovaldi. He had a 4.5 ERA. Martin Perez 4.7 ERA, and Brian Johnson 4.7 ERA. Those are your top three starters right now for Boston. So even the GM said, Bloom said, he's like, it's his quote was, "It's more unsettled than you may think it is," right? So it's going to be a miracle for them to do anything outside of like 28 to 30 wins.
They go 30 and 30. To me, that's a miracle. You gave them a miracle, I think. So, but I assume nobody has any of those three teams making the playoffs. Those three teams are not going to the playoffs. No wild card, no nothing. Mm-hmm. All right. So we get down to number 2. I have a feeling just because you two are Yankee fans that it's going to be a Tampa Bay sweep across the board. But does anyone disagree with that? But I will say this. If any injuries, even 1 or 2, hit the Yankees in a key position, Tampa Bay is easily good enough to win this division. I mean, Tampa Bay, to me, is definitely going to the playoffs regardless. They have the best starting rotation in the league, in the division, with Morton, Snell, Glasnow, and Chirinos. Best front four in the East easily. Definitely have a better rotation than the Yankees once you get past Garrett Cole. They can hit all over the field. Austin Meadows, Kiermaier, Brandon Lowe, Willie Adames, Diaz, Cho. I mean, Tampa Bay is, they're going to be really good. I have the over-under for Tampa Bay is Let me see what the over-under here is. The over-under for Tampa Bay is 34. It's towards the top of the league. I have Tampa Bay going 38-22. So if I was a betting man, I would bet the over. I think Tampa Bay is strong. I think Tampa Bay, much like the Yankees, are going to feast on Baltimore. They're going to feast on Boston. They're going to feast on Toronto. You're talking about the Yankees and Tampa Bay. That's 30 of their games right there. Baltimore, Boston, Toronto. 30 games. So I have Tampa finishing second, and I also have them making the wild card. You guys both have them second. Do you have them making the wild card, or do you have them missing out?
Oh, no, they'll definitely make the wild card, in my opinion. They're too good not to. And if they were in any other division, they would probably win that division. But the Yankees being the second best team in baseball, all of baseball, AL or NL, that leaves Tampa Bay as nothing more than a wild card team. You don't want to see them, though. You don't want to see them if they're hot because they will beat you in any series. Tampa Bay is dangerous. That's the team. If I'm the Yankees, I don't want to play Tampa Bay in the playoffs.
Well, if any Yankees, fall or they get off to a slow start, you could see them win the division. Mac, you disagree?
I mean, I don't know. I think their biggest weakness is their bullpen. I mean, they can hit the ball. They got a good position players. I mean, Wendell leading the way in the infield. I mean, they got a lot of promise. They're a very young team, as you said. But you in this day and age, especially with the 60 game sprint this year, that bullpen's gonna come under scrutiny a lot, and we'll see if their bullpen can hold up.
Yeah. All right, so that leads us – good morning, Kevin. That leads us to the number one team. Obviously, the Yankees are the favorite in the division. They have an over-under of 37.5. So, for me, it's with the Yankees, it's really tough because they are the favorite. But I think, like every team this year, injuries will play a big part. I think that – they can't afford to lose Judge for a long number of games. They definitely can't afford to lose Cole. God forbid anything happen to Cole during the season. And will the Yankees not get off to that sluggish start every year they get off to and then have time to recover? I don't know. If you go through the first month and you get through 30 games and you look at the Yankees and they're, 14-16, they're going to have to turn it on in a big way. I mean, they have a really good team, but the Yankees also have a history of getting off to slow starts, which they can't afford right now. Mac, give me a win total for the Yankees.
I say they're probably going to win close to 40, 42 games, I think is what they're going to win. Listen, even with injuries last year, I think we were the number one scoring team in the league anyway. We finally got an ace, and the big question, our bullpen's number one in the league, in both leagues. So I think the starting rotation is the biggest question. If something happens to Cole, how's Tanaka? Paxton is a 3-4 pitcher. That's the only thing I'm really worried about this year.
Matt, you have how many wins for the Yankees this year?
I've got the Yankees sitting around 37, 38 wins, roughly. After you look at the schedule and you see, they're like, you could definitely win 40, like Max said. They can win 40, 42. I've got them about 37, 38. I give them probably definitely the best chance to win the division and win their division in the AL outside the East, the West, and the Central. I would give the Yankees probably the most solid chance out of any of those to win their division outright, outside of probably maybe Houston. But Oakland is really good, but we'll get to them later. As far as the Yankees are concerned, about 37, 38 wins, 23, 24 losses. They're definitely making the playoffs, Looks like they found him a nice little pitcher yesterday with this kid that pitched the oh man, my brain's going away from me. He pitched a spring game yesterday on the 17th.
Was it Montgomery?
No, not Montgomery.
Eddie Garcia, Clark Schmidt.
Clark Schmidt.
Oh, yeah, he's one of their top pitching prospects.
Yeah, I think that, and we got to see him in action yesterday. You guys can go on there and you can actually see him throw and see what he's working with, man. He looks pretty good. And if he can make himself a factor early on, kind of like Herman did last year, and just kind of come out of the woodworks and surprise people, then that's going to be great for the Yankees, and they'll go ahead and cruise that division title that I think no one expects otherwise in that division.
Well, I think people in Tampa. So you both have Tampa though making the playoffs though. So I'm
sure Tampa's definitely in the playoffs.
Into the wild card. All right. I was watching the SNY show yesterday, their baseball show, and they were going through the predictions, and they both pretty much are on the same par as us that either Tampa Bay or the Yankees will win the division, and that both will go to the playoffs. So it seemed to be on par with those guys. So now we go to the Central. Now, in my opinion, the Central is the worst division in baseball, the AL Central, because I think they have two good teams, and then the other three are worse than the three that the AL East has. That's just my opinion. I know some people will ride on Cleveland. So, Mac, who's finishing last place in the AL Central?
Well, I'm going with the Royals. They don't have really anything going for them as far as pitching goes. Both starting rotation of bullpen are below average. I mean, Dozier is
Danny Duffy. Good.
Yeah, I mean, besides Dozier, that's the only good player I can really think of on that team right now. I mean, and they may move him from the infield to the outfield. They're not sure. They have no players really locked up. And this is what you're going to see, guys. A lot of the bad teams really don't have players locked up right now. They're still trying to figure out who's going to play where, how he's going to play. It's not like the more organized winning teams that really already have an idea what their roster is going to be. And I just don't see the Royals winning hardly any games this year.
Does that match your last place, Matt?
More than likely, yeah. The Royals are going to be the last place team. They lost 103 games last year, brother. That's not good. That's not normal. They got a first-year manager with Mike Matheny. They lost Cuthbert. They lost Oaks, Bonifacio, Maldonado. Billy Hamilton's out of there. All those guys are gone. Their projected lineup looks awful. They don't have anybody on that team worth really any kind of major contract or anything like that. Salvador Perez, the catcher's out with Tommy John surgery. That's going to be a really, really bad team for them. Ian Kennedy is their best reliever. We as Yankees fans know what Ian Kennedy is all about as a reliever. He's not good. That's what I was getting to.
Their over-under is 25, so it's not the worst. Not as bad as Baltimore. I have Kansas City last also. I do think they have some talent, but like you guys hit on it, their rotation is nothing to write home about. Their rotation's Duffy, Junis, Brad Keller, Montgomery. Nobody's really a star. Their closing pitcher, as Matt said, is Ian Kennedy, which doesn't really blow you away. They do have some playmakers on offense. You didn't mention, Mac. I mean, Whit Merrifield is very good, very young. Alberto Mondesi, the shortstop, is also very good. And Dozier's very good. And Salvador Perez should be back now. He had the Tommy John last year, but I think they said he's close to ready to go. But you're right, they just don't have enough. Alex Gordon is getting older. Ryan O'Hearn's a hit or miss. Nicky Lopez, you don't know what you're going to get. Francisco Cordero in center field is he's finally going to get a chance to start every day after coming over from San Diego, so you don't know what he's going to do. It's amazing to me that, just 5 years ago, 6 years ago, Kansas City was in the World Series, taking the Mets for the World Series. So
I know another team like that too, Jim, don't we?
Yeah, so they fall fast. I mean, they fell and never came back, so it's wild. It's wild that, where they are, but I do like their future if they can keep Merrifield, Mondesi, Dozier, and even possibly lock up Cordero at some point, who I think is going to be a big addition. I do like their future. I went back and forth on this between them and the next team because I had in fourth place. I had Detroit, and I went back and forth. I don't know about you guys, if you guys went back and forth or not, but it's very close, hit or miss on these two. If you look at Detroit, Matt Boyd's pretty good, but after that, what are you going to get from Fulmer? Because he's coming back off a major injury. Nova, well, I mean, if you're a Yankee fan, you know all about Nova. I mean, he's not the same as he was. And, Detroit, to me, has a lot less hitting than Kansas City. I mean, I don't even know now that I'm looking at it, I'm still trying to figure out how I put Kansas City behind Detroit. I mean, because nothing about Detroit speaks talent. I mean, Maben's on the downside. Maben, I know he put on the Yankee uniform and had that Jesus magic for a little while, but he's not that good. Jacoby Jones can't hit. Christian Stewart, Nick Goodrum, Jonathan Shoup, John Candelario, CJ Crone's okay, and Romine's their starting catcher. I mean, Romine, really? There's a reason he was never a starter for the Yankees. So, because he can't hit. So, I don't know. I look at Detroit, and I feel like I need to switch. The only thing I like about Detroit is their future rotation, because in the future, you're going to be looking one day in a couple of years, and their front four is going to be Skubal, Matt Manning, Casey Mize, and Alex Fado. And when those four guys are up at the same time, that's going to be one of the best front fours in the league 4 or 5 years from now if they all pan out. They have some of the best arms in minor league baseball right now, all ready to come up soon at the same time. Sorry, I kind of took all the thunder of Detroit, but I didn't think we need to go too long into them unless you guys have something exciting about. Do you have anything to add on Detroit? Did I just come?
Oh man, it's going to be interesting. They were in full rebuild last year, and we're going to see what comes.
They're in fearful rebuild till 2025 when all those starters hit their prime. They have hitting prospects. I'm just looking down the list, and you guys know I'm a huge fantasy baseball player in leagues where minor leagues matter. So, I study AAA, AA, A ball. I could sit here and tell you every minor league player in the Mets system and the Yankees system, and I'm going to tell you I study minor leagues, and Detroit does not have a lot of good minor league talent coming up. It's going
to be tough.
They have a lot of great minor league pitching, but I don't know where they're going to get their bats from in the future. That's what I don't know. So who do you guys have finishing third, since we're so far we're all on the same page pretty much?
Man, this was a toss-up for me between Cleveland and Chicago White Sox. All right.
Who got odd? Who'd you downgrade?
Chicago. Chicago's third place.
Okay.
I've been winning 31 games or so. I'm not too enthusiastic about too many things with Chicago. They're third place last year, I think, in that division. They won 72 games. So they're kind of middle of the pack team. They've got Dallas Keuchel now. They've got Gio Gonzalez now. They brought in Encarnacion. They brought in a lot of pitching actually this offseason. They didn't really lose much. They lost their catcher Castillo, and they lost Ivan Nova, who's a relief pitcher for them. Their starting lineup doesn't look awful at all. They have some serviceable guys there with Tim Anderson. Obviously led the majors in batting as far as 56 RBIs and his 335. Jose Abreu can play, we know that. Grandal, he's pretty good. And, Encarnacion with Seattle and New York, we know his history.
He's going to hit home runs. He always does.
He's going to hit home runs. He's going to bat about 250, 245, somewhere in that area. And, the White Sox can make some noise, and it's been 7 straight losing seasons for them. So they need to really do something and make themselves relevant again. Because 7
this
straight
will be the division you and I are way different on. Different. Mac, where you got third place, you got the White Sox also?
Well, I got the Indians, and the only reason why I don't have them lower than third is because of Terry Francona, because he's such a good manager, and I think he can make things happen with Cleveland a little bit. Listen, they have their catcher is Santana. The infield right now is up in the air. Ramirez is probably the best infielder right now. That's even their outfield is kind of up in the air.
Probably their best player. Don't forget.
Yeah. The relievers look good at first, but Clace is an MRI that he's his upper back sprain. The rotation of Carrasco. The rotation needs a little bit more time. They're still pretty young. They let go of a lot of players last year, so they're in a total rebuild pretty much year this year. But with Francona there, I think he can make a couple things happen and put some things together for him, and that's the only reason why I got him a little higher than the Tigers and Royals. So.
Gotcha. I also put the Indians third. Bieber's a pretty good starting pitcher. I like him. Clevenger's really good if he's healthy. Carlos Carrasco is another guy. Can he stay healthy? Adam Savali, can he stay healthy? I like Carlos Santana at first base. They got a good pickup of Cesar Hernandez at second base this year. One of the things I think Jose Ramirez had a terrible year last year, and they need to see is he the Jose Ramirez of 2 years ago, or was 2 years ago just a a lucky season, and Jose Ramirez is what he was last year because he had
hurt last year too.
Yeah, he did not play well. The Indians' best player is Francisco Lindor. They need to make a decision on him to either commit long term, or are they going to trade him? Because every year you hear rumors. Francisco Lindor is a superstar. He's a superstar.
Gold glove.
You know, he's got a bat. He's got the glove. He's a great superstar. I would trade him at Rosario for him if you want to come here. So, you know, they got to figure out what they're going to do with him because you got to get enough of the off season every year. Will they move him? Will they won't? Because they're not going to be able to pay him. Yada 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 yada. They got to make a decision. I had them third also, but I think that I think they have a lot of indecision in what's going on in Cleveland, but they could surprise some people. Cleveland seems to win when nobody thinks they will win. So number 2 in the division, who do you have, Mac?
I got the White Sox. I mean, I think the catcher, they got a good infield. Their offense there is very solid. Robert with 31 home runs is rookie of the year. They're starting rotation. We'll see. The bullpen is solid though. The only thing that might hold them back is the rotation. But they have a solid bullpen, and I think they'll raise a little eyebrows this year. They might even get in on a wild card possibility. But I think they're a pretty solid team this year.
Who do you have in second? The Indians?
Yeah, of course. Yes, sir. That's my.
Did he freeze
team.
up, or is that me? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's the second place Indians for me.
Mm-hmm.
I've got these guys right here sitting right now around 32, 33 wins roughly behind Minnesota, who's going to be my number 1 team. You know, I love Francisco Lindor. I think if the Indians don't get out to a hot start, he could very well be traded for some kind of value if they're not going to. But again, this is something that comes up every year. They're probably asking too much. I think despite losing Corey Kluber, they're going to be okay. They also lost Jason Kipnis, who's a very good second baseman. We know Yasiel Puig went and signed with the Braves, but that's not as big
that
of a
fell
loss.
apart. He's actually not with them anymore.
Well,
he got the coronavirus, and it voided the deal. So.
Insane.
It is.
So, you know, they lost Danny Salazar, another pitcher. So Otero's out of there, another pitcher. He was actually not good. I watched him get destroyed last year, Dan Otero.
Yeah, he did not have a good year.
No. But I think if Jose Ramirez can come back healthy,
mm-hmm.
and Francisco Lindor can stay healthy, you got Carlos Santana, still a very, very good player. Oscar Mercado out in the outfield. He's a rookie last year. You know, batted .269, played 118 games. So they have some guys. They got a Gold Glover catcher, Roberto Perez, you know. So the rotation is going to be okay. Kluber's going to hurt, but they got guys that can fill in and fill those gaps and pick up that leverage, that slack, and fill those holes. And they'll finish second place to Minnesota.
Okay. Well, I have Minnesota in second place. So I have, Barrios is good. Odorizzi's good. They picked up Kente Medea from the Dodgers. They have Rich Hill, another Dodger. Like they just basically took all the Dodgers. Michael Pineda, who Yankee fans will remember as a backup. I don't know if Luis Arias can put up the same type of season he had last year. I don't know if that was a one-hit wonder thing. Also with Jorge Polanco, it's short. He had a great year, but again, came out of nowhere, so who knows what he is. They picked up Josh Donaldson, but Josh Donaldson's getting up there in age. When does he decline? That's the question. Does he decline this year, or does he decline next year? Byron Buxton's a stud outfielder, but he's never hit. Rosario's hit or miss. I have Minnesota in second place, which leads us to our first place, and this is where we differ, because you guys must have the Twins. I have the Chicago White Sox winning the division. I think the Chicago White Sox are going to shock everybody. I think that Lucas Giolito is an ace, and he finally showed it last year. And that's who they got from Washington. Everybody forgets Giolito was that one of those young studs Washington had when they had Harper. Keuchel is solid. Lopez is really good. Dylan Cease is going to be up soon. Gio Gonzalez is a solid number 5. One of the better bullpens in the league with Bummer, Colomb, Chisek, Marshall. They have DH. You have Encarnacion, who you said he's going to hit 250, but he'll still hit. Well, he's not going to hit 30 home runs in 60 games. They got Abreu at first base. Grandal's one of the best catchers in the league. He's top 2 or 3. I mean, he might only pitcher might be better than him is Rio Muto. Moncada had a super breakout year last year, lived up to his potential. Tim Anderson was great. Madrigal is another young stud, and both of their young top prospects in baseball guys are up, Jimenez and Robert, and they're starting. I think the White Sox are stacked. In fact, I'm so confident in the White Sox that their over-under total was 31.5. I'm giving them 37 wins. The White Sox are going to stud out. So sell me on Minnesota, and then we're going to change up the way we do this a little for time constraint reasons. But tell me why the Twins are the best team. Mac, why are the Twins the best team in the division?
The catcher led the league for home runs as a catcher with 30. First baseman, 40 home runs. Second baseman, is a 334 batting average. 800 OPS for shortstop Polano. The offense is very, very good. Their rotation is solid with depth. Their relief is strong with Clipper, Duffy, Little, and May. I think they're the class of that division. The White Sox may challenge them, but I don't think they'll touch them this year.
With Max Kepler hitting 36 home runs and 90 RBIs, Polanco hitting 40 doubles a year, 79 home runs, 37 home runs for Donaldson still, 94 RBIs. He's batting 379 on base when he was with the Braves last year. Nelson Cruz running DH. He's slugging at 639 at the DH, That guy's giving you points and points and points. So let me tell you, Mitch Garver, love that guy. That guy's a stud. He's going to be one of the best catchers the game has seen for a lot of years to come. Eddie Rosario, Buxton, all those guys, man, those are really, really good players. This team won 101 games last year. Rocco Baldelli going into his second year as a manager is going to have those guys geared up and ready to go. And let me tell you, if the Twins weren't playing the Yankees last year in the division series, then they might have made a lot more noise. But I think the Yankees were just a little bit better at this point last year when they met each other. They're going to give it a push this year. They're going to sweep that division up. I don't think
if the Twins would have got past Houston last year. I mean, the Yankees didn't, so who knows? But in honor of Alex, because I agree with him, the best home run call in the league. I got to play it for Alex. Here we go.
That ball hit high and deep. Stretch. Get on back there. They look up. You can put it on the board. Yes.
I swear that's home run call in the league. Put it on the board. Yes, I love it. I can watch the White Sox games all day long. The best home run call, man. I'm telling you.
Michael Kay has the best home run call, but we'll talk about that another time.
A homer who should go
see ya
corner and.
Oh, we're gonna talk Sterling. Even better than
think about their bad decisions. That's what Michael.
See ya.
No, I like Michael Kay, but I don't like it as much as I like the White Sox.
No, that's good. It's really good.
I watch it all the time when Frank Thomas was hitting home runs, man. So we're going to change it up a little bit because we took 30 minutes on the first two divisions and probably put some people to sleep, which is okay. I mean, you can put some people to sleep on the air. We're here to help any way we can. So we're just going to go into who's going to win the division and make the playoffs, and then we'll review the East like we did the AL East because the East is obviously local. So who do you have, Mac, winning? All right, so so far we've got we all had New York and Tampa Bay going to the playoffs. And then in the Central, you guys have Minnesota, obviously going to the playoffs because they won the division. And I have the White Sox. Do you guys have – there's one other wild card team can make the playoffs. Did you guys have that coming from the Central?
I did.
Who did you have, Mac?
The White Sox.
You had the White Sox. Okay, did you have the wild card going to the Indians or no? Because that's who you put second, Matt.
I have the –
well, if it's not the Indians, don't tell me yet. But you didn't have the Indians making the playoffs, right?
No, Cleveland is definitely making the playoffs, I believe. How did I work that out? I lost my paper. No. The Twins are going to make the playoffs. The Indians are not going to make the playoffs.
All right. So far, we've got Mac and I have both our wild card spots filled. And no, I have one of my wild card spots filled, and Mac has both of them. Okay. So we go. All I want to know, Mac, from you is you've got the Yankees, Tampa, Minnesota, and Chicago going to the playoffs, which means you only have room for one more team in the AL, and that has to be the team that wins the division. Who's winning the AL West, Mac? Why and why?
Well, the Astros are, of course. I mean, they're just good from top to bottom. Their DH was Rookie of the Year. Their catcher is great. Their rotation is unbelievable. Their bullpen is the only thing that is, okay on that whole team. So that's easy. The Astros will be there.
All right. So, Matt, you have a division winner and a wild card spot open. So I assume they're both coming from the West. Who is the wild card team from the West?
It's going to be Oakland.
Oakland. All right. So he's got Oakland going. And I assume your division winner is also Houston.
Hands down. You can't dispute that because Seattle and Texas are miles behind. The Angels are a middle-pack team that might push Oakland for the wild card, but they're not going to be good enough this year to compete with Houston.
Okay. And I have Houston winning the division also, which wraps up my playoff teams. So just to recap from the AL, Matt's got Yankees, Tampa, Minnesota. Mac has Yankees, Tampa, Minnesota, White Sox, Houston going to the playoffs. Matt has Yankees, Tampa, Minnesota, Oakland, Houston. And I have Yankees, Tampa, White Sox, Minnesota, Houston. So that's who we have. That's who we all have going to the playoffs. Now, I'm afraid to ask this question because you two are going to homer it up, which is not going to help the fans. Who's going to go to the World Series in the American League? And tell me someone other than the Yankees, just so that because no one needs to hear you guys say the Yankees. So tell me if it's not the Yankees, who's going? Let's just pretend it's not the Yankees.
Go ahead, Matt.
If I had to pick a team out of the AL to go to the World Series that was not the New York Yankees, which they're not my pick to go to the World Series, I would have to take Houston again.
Oh, so they're not. So you have Houston going regardless. You don't have the Yankees going at all.
I don't know, Jim. We'll see.
Well, that's your pick. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, you told me I can't pick the Yankees, Jim. What do you want me to do?
You're going to pick them anyway. So, I mean, So, Matt, do you think it's the Yankees, though? Is that who you think's going to the World Series?
I don't, Jim. I think they'll fall short again because of the pitching rotation. Yeah. Believe it or not, I like Minnesota going to the World Series this year. I really think they're the most solid team in the league. Houston's pitching is the best. We'll see what happens. If Minnesota's pitching can match up to Houston, I like Minnesota this year.
So you're telling me neither one of you are going to pick the Yankees anyway? Is that what you're trying to lead me to believe?
At no point.
No. Huh. All right, well, then I'll shock everyone and say I have the White Sox going to the World Series. So there you go. I'm riding it all the way.
There you go.
It all the way.
I don't think the Yankees have the depth as far as the pitching is concerned to make a run at the World Series with the way some of these other teams.
Rotation. The rotation scares the heck out.
The rotation is not
wow.
To be.
Wow. It's almost like, because I try to say don't pick the Yankees. Because you ever go to one of these Facebook groups, I never understand why Facebook sports groups ask some dumb questions. Like, I have seen, if you go to a Mets group, and a Mets put up a thing, and someone puts up in the group, who you got, DeGrom or Cole? Who do you think everyone in the Met group is going to pick?
DeGrom.
Just like I've gone in the Yankee group and said, but you know what I do when I see threads like that? I go into the group and I say, the hell is the point of this post? I've seen them do it in the Yankee group the other day. I said, what Yankee fan is going to say DeGrom? What is the point of this post? Like, don't post comparisons between Yankee players and anyone. Because you could put up a post in the Yankee or a Met board and say Gardner or Trout, and they'll pick Gardner. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and they'll give you a dozen reasons why it would be Gardner instead of Trout.
Oh, he's got leadership, and he's a stud, and gives a
fiery, and he dives for the ball in the outfield.
Terrible. All right, so like we did with that, because we got 20 minutes down the stretch here. Starting with the NL West. I need to know who you have winning it, and I need to know if you have a wild card team coming out of there so I can write it down. Matt, who's winning it, first of all, and do you have a wild card team from there, from the West?
That me? I lost you for a second there, Jim.
Who do you have? Do you have a wild card team coming out of the West, Matt?
A wild card team coming out of the NL West? No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then who do you have winning it?
The Dodgers.
Dodgers.
38 games.
38 games. They have an over-under of it's the highest in the league, 38 games. So you would tie. I don't think you win that bet.
I would tie. I wouldn't win. I'd get a little push.
Tie.
No, yeah, no. I like the Dodgers a lot, man. They're loaded. You know it. You know they're one of the most talented teams in baseball. Clayton Kershaw, you know what he can do. That guy is the butt naked truth.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, man, Bellinger, all-star guy. That guy's a stud. He's always going to be a great straight stud, you know. So they won 106 games last year. They didn't really lose much. They only got better. So I don't see, who is it? It's Clayton Kershaw, Walker Buehler, Urias,
Alex Wood. They're
you know, loaded, man. Like come on, like they're loaded for their starting pitching lineup. So the Dodgers are going to be the team to beat in the NL in that division, the NL West.
Mac, do you have a wild card team coming from the West?
Yeah, believe it or not, I think one of the surprise teams this year in the National League is going to be the Padres. I think that their infield led by Manny Machado. They look good. The outfield with Olivares has become a favorite out there. They have a good rotation with Paddock and Lamet, and their bullpen is very, very deep. So I think they're going to shock some people this year and grab a wild card.
All right, then I'll give I have the Padres also going to the playoffs as a wild card team, so we're the same on that. And I assume, like me, you have the Dodgers, so I'll just do a quick review of the Dodgers. The Dodgers have the best roster on paper in the league. If the Dodgers don't win anything short of the World Series for the Dodgers is a disappointment. I mean, when you have an outfield that's Mookie Betts, MVP, Clay Bellinger, A.J. Pollock, Jock Peterson, your infield is Justin Turner, who all he does is hit 300, Corey Seager, Gavin Lux, who's the best hitting prospect in baseball coming into this year, Mac Muncy, Will Smith, the catcher, and a rotation of Kershaw, Buehler, and Urias, and a bullpen of Jansen, Baez, Cherian, who were all studs last year. Not only do I think the Dodgers are going to win the division, I think the Dodgers are going to go 50-10. They're good. They're going to have the best record in baseball. I assume you have the Dodgers too, Mac. That's why I just decided for them. So you and I have two playoff teams already coming out of the West. Let's go over to the Central. Matt, do you have a wild card team coming out of the Central?
No, I don't have a wild card team. Yes, I do. The St. Louis Cardinals are my wild card team coming out of the Central. Excuse me. St. Louis Cardinals.
No, and who do you have winning the division?
Cincinnati Reds for sure.
Oh, Cincy, I like it. I like when people go outside the box. That's my jam. All right, tell me about the Reds. I like when people go outside the box.
Man, listen, we saw them last year come out here and really light it up. Jesse Winkler has his intentional talk issue that he likes to go on about. They're going on in Cincinnati about all this news with him running his mouth about the team. I don't know what the issue is going to be there. What I'm concerned about is I don't know what's going on in Cincinnati. As far as their pitching is concerned, who are they working with? Trevor Bauer, of course. They got Mike Moustakas on third base. Castillo is pitching for them. Michael Lorenzen, we know about his links to the late greats with the Yankees and stuff like that. They got Sonny Gray up there. I don't know what he's going to do. But I like them, man. Jakowski in center field, Schebler, Galvis at shortstop. They've got the pieces. They don't have too much competition in that division.
Well, I didn't pick them to go to the playoffs, but they do have some talent. You talked about Bauer. They have their ace is Luis Castillo. He's better than Bauer. Sonny Gray had a really good year last year. From the minute he got out of New York, he exploded. Joey Votto's solid. Mike Moustakas is actually going to be starting at second base. They got Freddie Galvis at short. Eddie Suarez is starting at third. They picked up Nick Castellanos, who does nothing but hit bombs, to play in right field. Their new starting center fielder is Akiyama, who came over from Japan. And they got Jesse Winkler in left. They can hit. They're improved in the starting rotation. And if Iglesias, Garrett, and Lorenzen and hold up in the pen with Stevenson and Pedro Stroop rebounds after losing the closing job with the Cubs last year, if he comes back strong, Cincinnati could be strong. I don't personally have him in the playoffs only because I need to use my other wild card spot in the NL East, but I could see where you're coming from. So you have St. Louis at Cincy. Mac, who's winning the Cent? Do you have a wild card team in the Central, Mac?
No, I don't.
Who's winning the division?
I'm with Matt. I think Cincy does it. I mean, they look like the best overall team in that league with pitching, hitting. Their bullpen is solid. I mean, their rotation could be one of the best young rotations in the league. I mean, so I really think Cincinnati. I don't know if it's a shock or not, but I really think they win the Central.
All right, this was tough for me because I knew that whoever I didn't pick wasn't going to go to the playoffs, and I was on the fence between the Cubs, the Reds, the Cubs, the Reds, the Cubs, the Reds. I'm still on the fence. I don't even feel comfortable about this pick. I feel like I should take the Reds. I don't even really know who I want to take. I couldn't decide all day yesterday. Reds, Cubs, Reds, Cubs. So I'm going to ride the wave. Matt made my decision for me because I didn't even have a decision up to right now because I didn't know who to take. I'm going to go with the Reds because I mean he made me look at the Reds roster and now I'm like, oh, you know what? Actually, that's really good. So I'm going to go with the Reds. I mean, I know the Cubs have Bryant, Baez, Rizzo, Contreras, Schwarber. The Cubs can hit. I mean, I'm just telling you, the Cubs can hit. But I'm not sold on Yu Darvish or John Lester anymore. Kyle Hendricks is good, but that's about it. Craig Kimbrell gives me nightmares in the playoffs. I still don't know how Boston held on to win that World Series when he was walking everybody in their right mind and didn't get people out till the bases were loaded. I'll go with the Reds too, so we'll call it a clean sweep. I think Luis Castillo is going to, after this year, is going to be known as one of the best pitchers in baseball for the Reds. Look out for Luis Castillo. So right now, Mac and I have 3 playoff teams each, 1 wild card, and you have 3 playoffs. So that means we're going to the NL East. That means everybody's going to have a division winner and a wild card, but we're going to spend the last 15 minutes breaking down the division. Mac, we'll start with you. Who's finishing in last place in the NL East?
I'm taking the Marlins. They're a young team. Their rotation is okay, but their bullpen is just wide open. I mean, catchers Murphy. They're just very young. That's the only reason why I have them in last this year. I think they got a lot of potential, but again, another team that has no solid locks is all still up in the air. They still got decisions to make. It's a short season, and that's going to hurt any team that's not organized right now. So, I the Marlins. Infield is young and good. The outfield is very young. The rotation is okay, led by Gonzalez, but the bullpen is just wide open right now. So.
Who you got, Matt? The Marlins also?
Yeah, Marlins also. I mean, their only bright spot is Francisco Cervelli, in my opinion. Maybe Isan Diaz.
Cervelli's not even going to start. That's
just it. I think who they're going to Chad Wallach.
What's his name? No, Jorge Alfaro's their top catching prospect.
Really? Man, see, you just go to show how much I pay attention to them.
Nobody pays attention to the Marlins.
Yeah, I just don't see I don't see any kind of movement since Jeter took over down there, and I don't see any kind of progress for this team at all. Jose Urena is a really, really good starter. I hate to see him waste his career down there in Miami like that. Jordan Yamamoto, he's a pretty young guy. He's going to come. He's 25 years old.
I'm going to tell you the name to watch out for in Miami, a starting pitcher. Sandy Alcantara.
I heard he was very good.
He has the goods. Keep an eye on him. But everything you said is on the head. The rotation is young and unproven. The hitting.
Because remember, Alcantara's first start last year, he went 12 innings, allowed 11 hits, got rocked 10 runs.
Yeah, but he's got the goods. He finished the season really strong. They picked up Jonathan Villar to play center field. He's the only guy Baltimore had that had talent, and they traded him to Miami. So they picked up Villar. They got Corey Dickinson in left. They can hit better than they could last year. The problem with the Marlins is they're in the division that most people consider the best division in baseball this year. So that's going to be hard for them to win games when you have to play the Mets, Nationals, Philly, and Braves 40 games. Yeah. That's going to be tough. And in fact, the winner of the division, the East, might be the team who does the best against the Marlins. You have someone go 8-2 and someone else 5-5. Yeah. So we all have them across the board in last place. In fourth place, I'll start off on this. I put the Nationals in fourth place, the defending champions. I mean, I know people are going to say, well, they have arguably the best top 3 rotation in baseball, and that's true. They have Scherzer, Strasburg, and Corbin, who is as good as anybody else in the division. I mean, as good as anyone else in the league, top 3. But here's the thing. Scherzer was great last year, but a little bit down. Is he on the downswing now? You know what I mean? I mean, he's in the back half of the 30s now. Is he falling off a little bit? Strasburg is good. Corbin is good. I get it. But I don't know if they have enough hitting. I mean, they lost Rendon. They're going to be putting extra pressure on Juan Soto, extra pressure on Trey Turner. But outside of those guys, what do they have? I mean, they picked up Eric Thames, but he strikes out a lot. He's basically one of those I hit a home run or I make out guy. Yan Gomes is in. Carter Kieboom, we don't know how he's going to do. Starling Castro basically played himself out of Miami, and now they got to hope that he gets back to what he used to be. Victor Robles is a stud outfielder, but can he hit? With a lot of question marks. And the Nationals have the same issue they had last year. What's their bullpen going to be like? Will Harris came over, but that's about it. I mean, you're looking at recycling Hudson. Is Hudson, with relief pitchers, 1 year they're good, 1 year they're not, especially when they're not superstar relief pitchers. So I had Washington in 4th. Mac, who you got in 4th?
This may surprise a lot of people. I got the Braves in 4th. There's all this talk about them, how great they're going to be. I'm telling you, I think that they're young. They got potential. I mean, they got a couple really good signings, but the rotation still needs a lot of work, man. I mean, I don't care how great a team you have offensively, as we've seen with the Yankees and that. If that rotation isn't up to par, and with the Phillies there, the Mets there, and the Nationals there, it has a lot to do with the division. The Braves might be able to win a couple divisions in the AL or that, but this division is so competitive.
They're very suspect after Soraka in the start.
And I know Matt even laughed about this, but I'm telling you, all this buildup about the Braves, they're going to win the East. I just don't believe it yet. This division is way too strong. I don't think they'll have. They may not even have a losing record. So I mean, that's where I have them right this year. So
all right, fair enough. Matt, who you have in 4th place?
4th place in the NL East. I've got the Philadelphia Phillies right ahead of Miami, right under our 3rd place team. And the reason I say that
the Phillies, what do you not like to have them in 4th place?
Well, I was actually tossing them and the Mets back and forth for 4th place, right? But I look at the Phillies, and I still kind of regret not putting them ahead of the Mets. Because, you look at Real Muto, you look at Bethancourt, you look at Marchand, like, these guys are studs. Like, they've got some Kobe Fitch can play. They got Didi Gregorius now from the Yankees. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring Didi back. So I do like their team. It's not that I don't like things about them. What I don't like, if you want to talk, is their starters. Jake Arrieta, he's up there. He's 35 years old now, man. Come on. That's not your starting pitcher. He's not, or even a reliever anymore. Zach Wheeler's really good. And Aaron Nola's really good. But outside of those guys, outside of Nola and Wheeler, they don't really have anything going for them. They're relievers. You're looking at Trevor Kelly, Lovera, and McLean, I think. They just don't have anything that's going to be able to rock at the top side of that division. They need to try and trade Real Muto.
To put them in 4th, somebody's got to finish in 4th. I can tell. I
just think that's how it's going to fall out. I think that's just the way it's going to fall down.
So you could slide over and go right into 3 because I assume you have the Mets in 3, which is you're the only person. So go ahead, give us your breakdown on why the Mets are not going to the playoffs in your mind.
Well, I just think with all the disarray with that team, and I don't even believe the Mets might not be the 3rd best team in that division. I was being generous to them, because there's really nothing to indicate that they're better than Atlanta or Washington at that point. And maybe even the Phillies.
They had the best record in baseball in the second half last year, and the entire team's back.
I mean, that counts for what? At what point? Yeah, they made a little run push at the end, man, but we know that they can't.
It's over 5.
They blew game after game after game after game, and there's nothing to show that that's going to change.
So you're not convinced basically the bullpen's fixed is basically the miss.
That's really what it boils down to for them at the end of the day is their bullpen is not fixed. All right, you're going to swing your bat. There's no – what are you going to tell me that you're for sure going to get all the production you got last year out of a guy like Pete Alonso? Maybe. He's the type of guy that can do it every year. You know, Wilson Ramos, is he going to turn it up? Or Ahmed Rosario, are these guys going to show up and perform? Because remember, with the Mets, the thing about it is, if one guy goes down, they're done for. They have no depth whatsoever. They don't have anybody to bring up. They don't have anything like that. So, no, I don't think they're even going to be in the playoffs next year.
All right, Mac. Who do you have in third place?
I got the Phillies ahead of the Braves. I like their offense. They got a strong infield. Their offense with Harper, the corners they have a question with. The rotation is solid with Noah and Wheeler. The bullpen has a little ifs in there and little question marks, but I'll take a good starting rotation over a iffy starting rotation. So I have the Phillies edging out the Braves, very close, but I think they'll finish in third this year.
I took the Phillies in third also. Aaron Nola's a stud. Wheeler's really good. Hoskins, Real Muto can hit. Harper can hit. McCutchen is kind of on the downside. I like Didi, but I got to see. He didn't put up the Yankee-type numbers. I got to see that. Not sold on their center field, second base, or third baseman, Segura, Kingery, or Halsey in center. I'm with you. I got him in third place. That leads us to our top two now. According to, we all have a wild card team coming out of the East, obviously. Mac, who's your wild card team?
I think it's the Mets. I mean,
I agree.
They got one of the top 5-6 rotations in the league. I think their bullpen was terrible last year. The year before, those relief pitchers were studs. They got a great infield. They're all solid offense. So I think the only problem that I see with the Mets is something like every team. Something happens to one of their starting rotation. And if that bullpen doesn't get it together, you may drop further down. But I think I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt and saying that the Mets bullpen will be better this year, and that'll give them the wild card this year.
Yeah, I'm pretty much with you. I have them in second. I'm not going to really add anything to it because I talk about the Mets quite a bit on the show because it's a New York show, so everybody knows what I think of the team. I have them in second, taking the wild card also. So we'll just go to Matt. Who's your wild card team?
The Atlanta Braves.
The Atlanta Braves is the wild card. Okay, so give us a little rundown after Soraka about the Braves.
Well, you got Folty down there. The Braves have a good little rotation that came along last year, and the relievers were pretty good. So you want to look at after you got Felix Hernandez out there, but I don't know if he's ready. I don't even know if he's going to be able to play or if he's eligible at this point. You got Kyle Wright and Mike Folty.
Felix Hernandez is sitting out. COVID-19, so not going to play.
Mike Foltynewicz, they call him Folty.
Yeah, Folty.
Yeah. Yes, Folty. He's so with him, Bryce Wilson, Kyle Wright, and Soroka. Soroka's a stud. He's going to give you everything you need all year long. And then they got Sean Newcomb, who's a lefty, and Max Fried, another lefty he can really sling the ball. He's 27 years old. He's really coming into himself. ERA was a little high last year, but he had a little rough. He didn't play much. So the Braves are definitely my. I was actually going to have them as the division winner, but I had to keep it moving.
All right, so we only got 3 minutes here. So just give me division winner, which is obviously your final playoff team, and really quick a win total. Matt, division winner.
Washington, 33 wins.
33. Mac with division winner.
National, 38 games.
Wait, what? Nationals?
Nationals.
I got the Braves winning the division with 36. So, because I think that division is going to be very tight. I think you're going to be like 36, 35, 33, 32. In fact, I have 4 teams finishing 500 or better in that division.
The Braves got the bats, man.
Braves
got the bats.
Yeah, Freeman might miss opening day, so maybe that'll make it easier on the Mets to take care of the Braves. So
he was at BP yesterday. There's a video of him batting practice yesterday, so he will probably be there.
All right, so you guys I had the White Sox, Mac had the Twins, and you had the Astros. Who are they facing in the World Series? Mac, who is facing the Twins in the World Series?
I don't want to go with the Dodgers because everybody's picking the Dodgers. I want to give it to a team that I think has a real good shot, and I'm surprised everybody take the Reds.
Okay, and who wins that series? Minnesota or the Reds? Who's the champ?
I have to go with Minnesota.
All right, Matt, you had Houston. Who they playing?
Houston's going to probably play the Twins.
They can't play the Twins. They're both.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's Durf from On and Off the Field with Durf and Dylan on the RTF Sports Network. And if you're looking for the best NFL podcast that gives you the on-the-field news as well as off-the-field issues, then make sure to catch On and Off the Field on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you're looking for more information about the show, head on over to onandoffthefield.com.
Finally, I have my own show to speak my mind about sports, and not have those two idiot co-hosts from Twist cut me off all the time. Green Bay Greg is the show to hear on the one and only RTF Sports Network.
What's going on, Triple Shot Sports family? This is Brandon Combs, host of the best podcast on the planet. That's the Triple Shot Sports Podcast. Be sure to join myself and Soup Boss Chad Lounder live for 2 hours. Yes, I said 2 hours every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern and 7 p.m. Central on the RTF Sports Network Facebook page and YouTube. And if you miss any part of the show, you can hear us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on your drive home at 5 p.m. Eastern on rtfsportsnetwork.com.
The in-OLED display in the Cadillac Escalade has 38 total diagonal inches of color display. So why do we give it a curve too? I guess you could say we like to bend the rules. The 2021 Cadillac Escalade. Never stop arriving.
You are listening to Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast, Monty and the Pharaoh. It's recorded live every Thursday from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. at Indie Music TV. We're also on podcasts, and if you haven't heard our podcast, we're on Anchor. It's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There are certain tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone and computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you, and you can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. It's a good opportunity to make money. Enjoy. Don't forget, Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast, Monty and the Pharaoh.
the mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart. Hey, check out my new tag team, baby, Monty and the Pharaoh.
Hey, Jimmy, don't forget to tell them about Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast.
Well, you know what, I would, but you already did it.
It's Monty and the Pharaoh. With Monty and Pharaoh. The Monty and Pharaoh Show. Monty and Pharaoh, bro.
Monty and the Pharaoh.
Monty and the Pharaoh. Monty and the Pharaoh.
The Monty and Pharaoh Show.
And you're watching the Monty and Pharaoh Show. Monty and the Pharaoh. With Monty and the Pharaoh.
Monty and the Pharaoh.
It's Monty and the Pharaoh.
Monty and the Pharaoh. Monty and the Pharaoh.
Monty and the Pharaoh.
Monty and the Pharaoh.
Monty and Pharaoh. It's Monty and the Pharaoh. And Monty and the Pharaoh. Oh, is it Monty and the Pharaoh? Monty and Pharaoh.
The Monty and the Pharaoh Show.
The Monty and the Pharaoh. To the Monty and the Pharaoh Show. And it's Monty and the Pharaoh, baby.
Monty and the Pharaoh.
With Monty and the Pharaoh. Monty and the Pharaoh. Oh, what a run.
Monty and the Pharaoh.
Monty and the Pharaoh.
Hey, cut the fucking music. When you want the best in professional wrestling, Long Island, there's only one place you're going to get it, right here.
Monty and the Pharaoh. Now, that's not just the coolest, and that's not just the best. That, my friends, is just incredible. Monty and the Pharaoh.
You've got the future Hall of Famer, that rocker, Marty Jannetty, MJ in the house, and I'm sitting here with two more future Hall of Famers, Monty and the Pharaoh. We're doing that stuff and we're going to rock it.
Straight to the top. We're living this life, not just dreaming it, we're doing it for real. Straight to the top. Working hard every day just to live out that way.
Ladies and gentlemen, our special guest, Aquacherry.
When you sit there next to you, I wonder how many. According to the press, this is I'm moving really sweet. How comes I am so happy? I make me move my feet. I'm rocking to the music, yes, I'm rocking to the beat. Whether in the basement or whether on the beach, we're rocking to the music cause it feels so sweet. We're rocking all day, we're rocking all night. Yes, all enough for it. We're taking it straight to the top. We're living this life, not just dreaming it, we're doing it for real. Straight to the top. Working hard every day just to live a better world. Straight to the top. We're living this life, not just dreaming it, we're doing it for real. Straight to is called Mr. Montauk. He wasn't Mr. A or Mr. B, but he was Mr. C. Did this part his role and then he mastered D. Coming and his going was a misery. Didn't take no effort with the language literally. I could never ever skip a G. So this song is a tribute to the legendary. He's not exalted like the Trinity, but he's so cool. Everybody wanna be like Mr. Montauk. He's gonna take you for a ride. Mr. Montauk, give you the ride of your life. Mr. Montauk, he's gonna take you for a ride. Yeah. Mr. Montauk, give you the ride of your life. Time in about Africa, the special needs. For the Princess Prince and even a celebrity. You need a picture, call him up and you will see. He'll take you anywhere across the seven seas. Hit the spot, treat you right, call him up. He's your guy, yeah. Just get the rhythm and it'll be off at the place. Cause like little Greasy got holes in different areas. Mr. Montauk, he's gonna take you for a ride. Mr. Montauk, give you the ride of your life. Mr. Montauk, he's gonna take you for a ride, yeah. Mr. Montauk, give you the ride of your life, your life, your life. She said, never have I ever met a guy like him. He treats me like a queen, should be treated by a king. He picks me up and takes me around and makes me sing. Yeah! Fire! Mr. Montauk, he's gonna take you for a ride. Mr. Montauk, give you the ride of your life. Mr. Montauk, he's gonna take you for a ride. Yeah, yeah. Mr. Montauk, give you the ride of your life. Mr. Montauk, he's gonna take you for a ride. Mr. Montauk, give you the ride of your life, your life, your life. Mr. Montauk, he's gonna take you for a ride, yeah, yeah. Mr. Montauk, give you the ride of your life, your life, your life, yeah.
Yeah, baby, yeah. Woo! Oh, my God. With that, we'll be back with our special guest, Long Island's own Aqua Cherry and pro wrestling superstar Andrew Anderson after this commercial break. Woo! All right, welcome back to Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast. Produced at Indie Music TV here in Ronkonkoma, Long Island. At the board is our super producer, Matt, who's been put under the stress of this show.
What about Chris?
What about Chris? What about Chris?
He's sweating bullets over there. He looks good, though. He looks good.
To the right is the star of the show, Jimmy Farrow. Jimmy,
how you doing?
How you doing?
I don't know. I'm doing good. We got the rock and wrestling thing going on here.
Got a little rock
and
and wrestling going on.
You know, the rock
or
reggae.
Reggae and wrestling.
Rock reggae, whatever.
It's a big moment for us, man.
It is?
We've been trying to get this show done for a long time.
I guess it
is. Right before the COVID era, right, Andrew?
Oy.
That's it. Yeah, that's right. I'm right here.
That's me. That's me. Well, it is Andrew. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Anderson.
I usually do the public service announcements, you know, wearing a mask is appropriate. And if you don't wear one, I'm going to come to your house and punch your mother in the mouth.
Wait a minute. My mom wears a mask. She's getting hit anyway?
No, if you're not wearing the mask, you get hit.
It's a string, brother. It's a string.
My mom takes these things seriously.
I know
Sorry.
she does.
Wait a minute. Anyway, go on, Mike.
All right, so let's introduce the band members of Long Island's own Aqua Cherry.
Let's do that.
Lead vocals, Chad White. Chad, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, man.
Very well, thanks.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, my friend?
I am tall, dark, and Jamaican.
Tall, dark, and Jamaican.
Never would have
I hail
guessed.
from
Go
Jamaica,
on.
West Indies. Yes, it's true. I'm in a band called Aqua Cherry, and I'm wearing a mask because, COVID. And it's like Andrew says, do this. It's important. But for me, I'm just happy to be here. Thank you guys for having us on the show. We've been kind of cooped up like the rest of everyone, but it's good to be able to come out and do something and provide some music for ourselves and our fans and the rest of the world, the people that you entertain, and hope to be soon fans of ours too. Just happy to be here. Thank you.
We're happy to have you. I was telling Stu yesterday, ever since you guys allowed us to use your song as our intro song, our show reached heights, right, Andrew?
Oh, yeah.
Number one pro wrestling show on the internet right now, right?
Right now, yep.
Awesome.
And thank you, Aqua Cherry.
Very welcome. Thank you for choosing our song.
By the way, I love how you give me names that I'm going to have nightmares over. Let me see if I got this right, because also on vocals, there's Courtney. I've got that part correct. Let me see if I get this right. Karamaniko?
Oh, very close, very close.
Was I close?
Caramanico. Just
Caramanico.
See,
I would have said Caramanico
so
like that.
Well, I'm sure if we were in Italy, it would be pronounced Caramanico.
Yeah.
But
all right.
since I've never been there, it's Caramanico.
Yeah, I threw the fancy schmancy on there.
Yeah, just when the bill collectors call the house, Oh, I don't know that last name. 'Cause they always dash it.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Court.
Well, I've been singing in the band for about 3 years. Met these guys, just kind of like all came together. We were in the local scene. Currently, this is the only gigs we got going. COVID-19 has left me unemployed, so you guys hiring? I got lots of degrees. Basically, I've been singing in chorus since I was in high school and middle school, and linked up with these guys, and we've been kind of just melding together ever since, and I think we've gotten a pretty good connection over the couple of years, and we got a really tight crew now, so we're just really happy to be here and able to show you guys.
Sweet. Mikey?
Oh, you're going to hit me with this, huh?
Yeah, you get to pronounce a name. Go for it.
You're a real piece of work.
We should have talked to them before. Hey, how do you say your name? Because I don't know how you say your name.
Who's Rob?
Yeah, so you said a real piece of work, and I immediately know you were talking about my last name.
Exactly. So how do I pronounce your last name, Rob?
It is Pietrak. It's sort of like the Z is silent. So it's one of those Polish stuff.
We both
let's hear it one more time.
Pietrak.
Nice. Okay. Nice. So tell us, how did you end up with the band?
Well, I like to. I don't know. I'm a person who wears a lot of hats, whether it's in production and playing music and recording music, and I've always just kind of thrown myself at the endeavor as much as I can, and I guess this band kind of took notice, and they asked me to come on to a practice, and then ever since then, then all of a sudden I just woke up one morning and I was here, and now I'm here.
Nice.
Well, we're glad to have you.
Absolutely. How about on guitar? We have Zach Pappendeich. Did I get that right?
I was going to say
you didn't want me to say it the other way, did you?
I was going to say pandemic,
massacring the names.
All right, go on. How do you say this correctly? Hold on. Pappendick.
Pappendick.
Yeah. Okay. All right. For once, it looks like it sounds. I'm like, what the? I can't.
Oh my God.
I can't anymore. Zach, tell us a little bit about yourself now that I know how to pronounce your name.
Well, I've been playing guitar for. I don't know.
We don't usually give them the
I
mic.
don't know how to use the mic.
Now.
If you don't know how to use the mic, I don't feel bad about knowing how to pronounce your name. Go on.
It's all good. I saw these guys out at a bar.
Okay.
And I said, I think I could do that. So.
Well, you certainly are doing it very well.
I said,
very well.
If you ever need me on guitar,
there you go.
About a week later.
A week later. Nice.
That was about a year and a half ago.
There you go. Nice. It's kind of taken off, huh? Yeah. Sweet.
And at bass, Stu Suchik.
We got the name right?
It's Suck It.
Suck It.
Suck It.
Suck It.
That's it.
Wait a minute. Well, hold on a second. You got Pappin, Dick, and Suck It. Right next to each other, too. This is good.
Any second
you're giving me ammo for the rest of the
roof.
show. You guys are giving me ammo for the rest of the show.
This is unbelievable.
So,
do you know how to use the mic?
We do not give Stu the
Of
microphone.
course, his name is Suck It.
Reasons like this. We don't give Stu the microphone.
This is out of control.
Listen, does he know how to use the mic? His name is Suck It.
It's Suchit.
Disorder in the court. Disorder in the court.
So, Stu, are you the founding member of the band?
It's Chad and I.
Okay.
Yeah, we were the original rhythm section.
How far back are we talking?
About 100 years.
100 years?
9 years is how
You guys
far
look
we go
great
back
for your
there.
age. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay, so.
It's not 11.
Wow.
That would make me like 90. So I play bass, and they found me on the side of the road. Actually, I don't know how to play bass, according to Courtney.
But it all starts with you two, so how did this all start with you two?
Craigslist.
Craigslist.
So basically,
I'm glad it turned out safe.
Yeah, no. Well, so this is before all the weirdness.
Okay.
This is 10 years and change apparently.
Right.
So I was staying with a gentleman named Derek, who I met on Craigslist for a room to rent.
Okay.
This is weird. And basically, he started a band with Stu.
Okay.
And I drummed, and I lived at the house. I basically moved in.
I saw you drumming when I first came in. You're good at that, too. Go on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Go on.
So, we were drumming, and, I was drumming, basically, and he asked me to come and show his drummer how to play a song. And I thought that was really weird, but,
Yeah,
I showed up, and I was like, yeah, I'll play this one song. And then eventually it didn't work out with that drummer. I got inducted. And then Stu had been there from the original, who they met on Craigslist also. I kind of watched the band form, went to the first show and all that. And then eventually was in the band and then did a whole stint as a four-piece with a bunch of different people, totally different music, playing like reggae, rock and roll, funk, blues, and all sorts of stuff.
So
just whatever we felt
you
like.
came in as Phil Collins, but then they figured out Phil Collins can sing. Exactly. Interesting.
Well,
Very interesting.
no, they basically said, hey,
teach this
we're
guy
gonna
how to
quit the
be Phil
band.
Collins.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
And I learned how to play drums and learn how to sing. And then Derek left and moved to California. It was like, oh, we're going to quit the band. And then we just kept meeting. So I was like, all right, I'll sing the songs. And then eventually Steve was like, you shouldn't play drums anymore.
He keeps saying that.
It's very true. You said we should get a drummer because you're better in front. And I was like, I don't want to hear that. I want to play
you're
drums.
just more natural in front. It's like it's your thing.
You hear this?
Speaking of drums, and I'm afraid at this point to say anybody's name. I'm going to try again, but that's okay. Get ready to throw a stick at me, John, because we have John Saldo. Do I?
Yep.
Yeah! It's a miracle! What do I was going to ask, what do I win? I win a cheesy song. Oh, my God. John, tell us about yourself. How long you been in the band?
A little over 3 years.
Okay.
And, I've been involved with this group, the Scofflaws, another group.
Oh, my Lord.
Legendary
Scofflaws.
And
legendary
they
Scofflaws.
got introduced to me through that band, kind of.
We have probably crossed paths way back. We'll have to talk after the show. That's Scofflaws, we've crossed paths.
Look at this. Look at the Pharaoh putting himself over.
Oh,
Always.
What? Going back a quarter of a century? You're going to have to get me some freaking something to keep me awake going back that far. Anyway. So that's the band. And what's this? Wait a minute. I don't see another name here. What's going on?
Looks like I set you up again.
He's brand new.
He set me up. No, it was your turn. You didn't set me up. You set yourself up. So who's the guy back there that you didn't put the name?
There he is.
Johnny Potts.
This is wrong.
My name is Johnny Potts.
Johnny Potts.
Like Rob, wear many hats, play around the scene, and they happened to abduct me too on the side of the road.
Is that what happened?
A package.
Wait a minute. Wait, Johnny. Just now? Is that why you're not on the list? Did they grab you on the way here? Or?
Well, they're in the band the better half of 3 years. I'm in the band the better half of like maybe 3 weeks.
Oh, my God. They did grab him off the side of the road. You play very well for a guy who was grabbed off the side of the road. Oy. This is crazy. Well, now that my partner has set me up to goof up for a change, what else you got for me, Monty?
So where do you come up with the name Aqua Cherry?
So remember there was a whole other band, Aqua Cherry, before this one became this band. The guy, Derek Gross, was the original lead singer of the band, and it's still a mystery as to why he came up with the name Aqua Cherry. But since then, and now this is going to kind of go on to people to kind of figure it out because I can't really tell you. Think about the words aqua and the words cherry and kind of what they make you feel. And it's that. It's all about just say the word aqua cherry. It feels sexy. It brings good music. It brings good vibes. Big aqua cherry energy, right? So when you feel that, think about the words themselves. Just what hits.
Like emotion and sweetness.
Mm-hmm. So and that's how I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave the rest on the people.
There you go. Describe the current scene. How difficult is it today to get your original music out to the masses?
Well, COVID, I mean.
Well, but let's say before COVID, is there a scene? Just curious.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
Definitely on Long Island, there's a big scene.
There is. That's
Now, do you
comforting
guys
to know.
travel outside of Long Island?
Yeah, we've done Montauk, which is still Long Island, but we've done a lot of stuff upstate, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Hopefully, we might still be able to get to Michigan. We have one gig in September festival, so that's kind of on, like, yeah. Also, to New Hampshire, Maine. So kind of East Coast-ish.
Yeah, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire. Like the summer was scheduled for all the New England area. And
How about Greenwich Village? Have you done any
yeah,
of
we
that?
definitely hit there. A lot of New York City. I mean,
We've played the Bitter End. We love that place.
Oh yeah,
Cool.
it's great.
yeah, Arlene's Grocery. Yeah, the legendary spot.
Monty's.
Bitter End.
Played Corona Queens.
Well, you don't want to play
We
Corona.
actually,
No, you don't want to play Corona Queens.
We're actually the designated Mile 13 band for the New York City Marathon.
Yeah.
Really?
Every year for the last, is it 2 or 3? 2 years. We set up right by the what bridge? It's on McGinnis Boulevard, I believe. Pulaski Bridge, that's it. And we set up right there and cheer in the runners. You know, it's the halfway point, so we do a whole music show right there for the runners.
Get them
and-
motivated with music.
Exactly.
Very
yeah,
cool.
keep it going.
On the couch is pro wrestling superstar Andrew Anderson. Andrew, thank you for coming down, my friend.
What's up, brothers?
Have you guys ever seen a guy that big?
What? No.
Yes.
Yes.
Only because every guy is bigger than me.
Andrew, what's been going on, brother?
Oh man, same shit, different day. COVID, like the last time I was here.
So you're in two different industries, right? And you make your money off of fans coming to see you, and obviously you all have this tremendous talent. How is COVID affecting all of you guys?
It's killing us. It's killing us. We rely on it. We're attendance performers. We're gig performers. So whether it's wrestling or being a musician, you're in the same predicament, you know. So
have you had to rely on? Obviously, you have an impressive resume. Since you've been denied the opportunity to perform in front of an audience and be an entertainer for pay, how are you getting by?
Podcasts, interviews, internet magazines.
Oh, by the way, I caught you on a really shitty podcast like last week. Just so you know.
I bet somebody knew that was going to be said. Didn't they?
I got the feeling because it happened the other way too. So.
Are you guys
well, at least you let me talk.
Well, first of all, we're not a podcast, right? We're a broadcast.
That's true. We're a television show, first of all.
How do you guys earning your keep, like trying to keep viable?
So we haven't really done anything because, you know, some of us have family members who we can't expose ourselves to
right.
COVID. So we laid low for a very long time, and then about a week before Father's Day, we got in my backyard and we all jammed out for a little bit, and that's been our first interaction as a band. You know, we just laid low. And
how long was the layoff?
I would say about 3 months.
How hard was it on your guys' creative juices? Because I know when you're a band, you got the thing rolling, you're creating together, and then all of a sudden,
I'm pretty sure I could say that like all of us mentally were depressed, right?
Stressed. I'm still feeling stressed and rusty.
It's hard too. It
Hey,
would
by
be
the
like
way,
if Andrew got back in the
listen,
ring out of nowhere.
don't, Monty. I know what you're saying.
What?
He was thinking it's not a tan, it's ring rust. It is not. I got in the ring. I've been getting in the ring up at East Coast Pro Wrestling, up in Lake Hiawatha, New Jersey, bumping around, doing some stuff. You know, at the time they weren't allowing contact, so I was
trying to stay loose.
Yeah, staying loose, knock my back into place. You know,
You guys obviously practice privately, but to not have that together feel, and of course you probably needed to get to the gym to bump with somebody.
I have no gyms in Jersey. I live in Jersey,
right?
And you know, it's there's no gyms open. I'm working out with resistance bands, medicine balls, push-ups, walking my dog. Like last time we talked, I'm walking up in the hills and the stairs all over through the woods of the town. Believe it or not, I don't know why my town has like 300 stairs through the woods, but it pays off. It's an easy cardio workout. So
yes.
You know.
To fully answer your question, I would like to kind of point it to Rob also, because like yes, we came back with creative juices, and we banged out 2 new songs, actually 3 new songs, and since we got back, because it's been pent up, right?
Made the most
but
of
then also Rob is a part of a community that he heads up with another friend of ours. I'm going to let him talk about that.
Yeah, well, at the very least, sort of when all this COVID stuff hit, I saw it was sort of an opportunity to kind of really start to build like the virtual landscape and to start to kind of still be able to bring people together, even if we're like separated and apart from each other. And a lot of what you guys are doing here with your show is a big part of that. Is like, you know, even if we are separated and even if we don't necessarily have all of the means to like really kill it as much as we all are capable of, that through things like this and through productions like this and through what we're capable of, you know, that we can still come together as our communities are, and you know, and still be able to build the community itself. And it's a tough time, but as long as we're able to kind of like keep together and stay together and, you know, keep going at it, you know, like we'll get through this. We're strong and we'll prevail.
So his thing that he's doing is called virtually broadcasting together. I'm just throwing that in there because it's important.
Mm-hmm.
As it's happening, you know, COVID is still a thing. It's going to be going for a while, it seems. Hopefully not too much longer, but he provides an avenue for you to go and see some live music from the community, the music scene. That's
right.
You know, people will go on there and still perform. He has an open mic, I think, every Wednesday night.
Yeah, bi-weekly, every
Bi-weekly,
Wednesday.
right.
We just had one. Yesterday, actually, with the lead singer of Gnarly Karma, who's another really great band from this area.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we do what we can, and you know, I know, at least I feel in my heart that that's where my fight needs to be, and I'm still going to keep fighting it. So yeah, if anyone's interested, it's BBT Live or bbtlive.org is our website and stuff.
Yeah.
All right, with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break and get back to our special guest, Aqua Cherry, and the great Andrew Anderson. All right, welcome back to Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast, Monty and the Pharaoh, seen every Thursday, produced out of Indie Music TV in Ronkonkoma, New York. Remember, everybody, Monty and the Pharaoh can be seen on YouTube, Facebook Live, Monty and the Pharaoh page, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Anchor, Twitch TV, the Monty and the Pharaoh page, RTF Sports Network every Friday, 6 to 7 p.m., where their anchor show, and the rerun is run Monday from 10 to 11 a.m. Also catch us on Channel 115 every Tuesday from 8:30 to 9 p.m. on the reduced Monty and the Pharaoh show, which these two guests will be on the up-and-coming show. And for early risers on Saturday, 6 a.m. to 6:30 at Channel 115. And if that's not enough, Channel 20, Friday mornings, that's just a few hours away at 1:30 a.m.
Hoo-ha.
Before we hear from Aqua Cherry with another couple of songs, Jimmy and I would like to take a moment to show respect for the people who have lost their lives and the people who are in the front lines during this time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Aqua Cherry.
You were the snow before rain. You took away all my pain. Felt you all through my veins. Where did they go? Oh, your smell still lingers here. Or is that just the beer? Just bring your pleasure. Just bring your pleasures here. It's been a while now. And you're still wanting more. I gave you
Oh, Lord, help me. Feed your needs.
And your love,
Love, love.
it brought me pleasure.
Pleasure.
It brought pleasure.
Pleasure.
It brought pleasure to me.
You're not a freak because you want it, not unique because you need it. You see it, can't believe it, fall asleep and even dream it. Underneath, between the sheets, caress and feels a fiendish. Should I read between the lines before you sign to disagreement? The love you used to get, you now go get it no more. Detrimental till you else to now go get it no more. Me dip on a level evident, I know this for sure. You want to leave me gone, so now you're free to explore.
It's been a while now, and you're still wanting more. I gave you all I had.
All I have. Feed your needs.
And your love.
Love, love, love.
It brought me pleasure.
Pleasure.
It brought pleasure.
Pleasure.
It brought pleasure to me. I cannot drink is in your head. Wish you would just understand what's more important than me. Could have been a better man. Didn't have to put your hand and live with pleasure. But there's no more pleasure for you.
You're not a freak because you want it, not unique because you need it. You see it, can't believe it, fall asleep and even dream it. Underneath, between the sheets, caress and feels a freeness. Should I read between the lines before you sign the disagreement? Yes, the love used to get you, now go get it no more. Detrimental to the else, you now go get it no more. But they're on a different level, bet I know this for sure. You want to leave your guns and out to free you explore.
It's been a while now, and you're still wanting more. I gave you all I had.
All I
to
had.
feed your needs.
Feed your needs.
And your love.
Love, love, love.
It brought me pleasure.
Pleasure.
But there's no more pleasure.
Yes,
But there's no more pleasure for you and me. For you. There's no more pleasure. No more pleasure. Me and you. And me and you. There's no more pleasure. No more pleasure for me.
Yeah, baby. Yes, yes.
That's a new tune we've been working on. It's called Been a While. Burn out the hypocrites, not buried liars. Just watch your back because behind it they'll conspire. If you're not careful, them will fling you in a fire. Yo, yes. Yes, a long time me see them for everything. Me give them a plot and a track and a watch. Them a brief on the end like say me and them a friend, but a plan them a make for a track. You know the brain machinate and a scheme and a wait and a date and a time for attack. And a matter of the pray they can't cause delay. I and I just a team for that. Yo, the thing when burn them most is how them creeping, crawling close. I try to go on like them stuff what they growth. Deep inside them warm with float face down. Cause they want to find I crown. When we get them, I'm let off a shot. I know them lady get good talk. Big up my real friends, yard and abroad. Big up Colombia, China, Deutschland, Tokyo and New York. No matter how it's stretched, the distance how we shot. With arms extended, we help each other walk. Listen, big up my real friends, yard and abroad. Big up Colombia, China, Deutschland, Tokyo and New York. No matter how it's stretched, the distance how we shot. With arms extended, we help each other walk. Yeah. Burn out the hypocrites, not par with liars. Just watch your back because behind it they'll conspire. If you're not careful, them will fling you in a fire. Fire, 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 yo. Hey, them a praise for your tricks and them drop it on a brick on your head, make it bust till split. I'm tell if you stop and they just walk quick, cap a shot, I got fire from the cliff. When them start to feel pain on the wet block, rain rock them man like music. Them shoulda never mess with the one we said them come legit, because the thing when burn them was creeping while it was driving one like them support. Deep inside them one with blood yes down. They want to find my crown. When we get your mama let off a shot. Blow! I know the lineage will go on. Big up my real friends, yard and abroad. Big up Colombia, China, Deutschland, Tokyo and New York. No matter how we stretch, the distance how we shot. The arms extended, we help each other walk. Big up my real friends, yard and abroad. Big up Colombia, China, Tokyo and New York. No matter how we stretch, the distance how we shot. With arms extended, we help each other walk. Yo, I serve you notice now. You cannot harm me again. Your female dog traits can't stop me dog from walking. Yo, big up my real friends, yeah, them my blood. Big up Colombia, China, Tokyo, and New York. No matter how we stretch, the distance how we shot, with arms extended.